Chapter 134. Madame Li's mental fortitude was strong, but Han Ruoxue was different. With Han Ruoxue's personality, she should not feel guilty at all. Han Yunqi's brows were tightly knitted. Who knew that at this time Madame Li would also speak up? Ruoxue, you're not allowed to slander the princess consort. If the princess consort agreed to something, she definitely wouldn't go back on her words. Madame Li didn't think that her daughter already knew about the bet. However, seeing Han Yunqi's reaction, she didn't mind adding a sentence to interfere with Han Yunqi's judgment. Without a doubt, Madame Li's words made Han Yunqi's brows knit even tighter. Damn it, was her speculation right or wrong? At this moment, everyone was staring at Han Yunqi, waiting for her answer. Madame Li was waiting for her to waver. What would Han Yunqi choose? Would she admit it, defend herself, or deny it? Suddenly, Han Yunqi looked at everyone and loudly said, "It's true. This princess consort and Miss Luiwe really did have this agreement. Mother, and everyone present, please bear witness." No matter how dense the fog was, she still had a firm belief in her heart. She firmly believed that her speculation and judgment weren't wrong. She firmly believed that the can of tea leaves was the evidence of poison. She wasn't just betting with Mu Luiwe, she was betting with Madame Li, and she was betting with herself. She was sick of these people's faces and couldn't wait to make them all shut up. No one thought that Han Yunqi would actually admit it like this. However, not only did Han Yunqi admit it, she raised her voice by a few decibels and said with a sonorous voice, "There's no need for 3 days. This bet will have an answer right now. There will be an answer right now." Heavens! Suddenly, there was an uproar that shook the sky. No one could believe that things would develop to this point. Mu Luiwe was shocked and her heart began to beat wildly. How was this possible? If there was an answer right now, then why didn't Han Yunqi immediately look for her? With Han Yunqi's personality, how could she let her off so easily? No. Mu Luiwe shook her head subconsciously. Han Yunqi must be lying. She must be scaring her on purpose. Madame Li couldn't control her heartbeat. She didn't expect that not only did Han Yunqi not get discouraged, she even became more motivated. There would be an answer now. Where would she get the answer? Finally, Li Shi felt guilty, but she didn't show it. No. She also did not believe that Han Yunqi must have been forced to make up such a lie in desperation. She was either scaring Mu Luiwe or testing her in this way. No matter what, she could not reveal any flaws. She could not let Han Yunqi find out anything. Han Yunqi definitely didn't have the ability to detect the 10,000 snake poison in the tea leaves. Definitely not. After making up her mind, Han Yunqi finally looked Madame Li in the eye. She had completely thrown caution to the wind. In any case, there were only 3 days left. If Madame Han and her daughter weren't the culprits, then she'd have to search for new clues. 3 days wasn't enough time. Rather than letting Mu Luiwe show off here and letting Murong Wanru and Grand Concubine hit her when she was down, she might as well give it her all. Seeing Han Yunqi look over, Madame Li's heartbeat sped up again. Their eyes met and the surroundings were noisy, but there was no sound between them. The air was filled with tension. Suddenly, Murong Wanru grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and pretended to be happy. "Sister-in-law, there's a result now? So you found the real culprit? That's great. Hurry up and say it. You won't lose." These words immediately reminded Mu Luiwe, who immediately chased after them. "If that's the case, then, esteemed Wang Fei, please lay out the evidence and reveal the real culprit. We'll all listen with respectful attention and wait to see." Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes before replying without hesitation. "All right, lock up your ears and listen carefully." Seeing her so confident, Mu Luiwe suddenly felt a little diffident. But no matter what, she was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. She couldn't lose face even if she lost. Gritting her teeth, she replied loudly, "Speak." In the silence of the crowd, their voices were especially loud and clear. Even from a distance, they could hear them clearly. Everyone's attention was focused on Han Yunshi. They were both nervous and expectant, feeling as if the air had been stretched taut to the point of collapse. But just as Han Yunshi was about to tell them about the tea leaves, a voice suddenly cut through the crowd to land between Han Yunshi and Mu Luiyue. This person was none other than young General Mu Qingguo. Mu Qingguo was actually here. Mu Qingguo was the victim of this case, so he should be here. Mu Luiyue immediately grabbed Mu Qingguo's arm. "Brother," esteemed Wang Fei said that she's already found the real culprit. "You should listen carefully and find out who did this to you." Mu Qingguo was very clear about the tea leaves. Han Yunshi thought that he must be here under orders to capture Madame Li and her daughter. "Young General, about the real culprit," Han Yunshi was about to speak, but Mu Qingguo interrupted her. "Esteemed Wang Fei, the real culprit's case is very important and has a great influence. It's not suitable to discuss it in public." Mu Qingguo had heard their argument from afar and was extremely anxious. That can of tea leaves didn't have any toxins, so there was no evidence. That's why the Duke of Qin hadn't made a move yet. Even if there was no evidence, Madame Li and her daughter were still very suspicious. If the tea leaves were revealed at this time, it would definitely alarm Madame Li, and it would be difficult to continue the investigation. However, Han Yunshi didn't understand Mu Qingguo's words. She was angry. Could it be that this fellow was going to protect his little sister at this critical juncture? He had promised her that he would deal with this matter impartially. Mu Luiyue, on the other hand, was overjoyed. No one understood her brother better than she did. Since he'd said so, then he must be protecting Qin Wang Fei. He must have yet to find the real culprit. Very good. Han Yunshi, this time you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Brother, the real culprit's case has already been made public. There's no need to hide it anymore. It's better to give everyone an explanation so that they can be at ease. Otherwise, the capital will be in a panic and the influence will be even worse. Mu Luiyue loudly said, "What do you know? Shut up." Mu Qingguo reprimanded in a low voice. "Brother, don't tell me you're going to protect esteemed Wang Fei? Although esteemed Wang Fei did save you, kindness is kindness. A bet is a bet. You can't mix the two together." Mu Luiyue was still very loud, refusing to let go. Mu Qingguo panicked and simply snapped, "Don't speak nonsense. Go back." Seeing this, Han Yunshi immediately realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Chu Shifeng arrived and landed by Han Yunshi's side to whisper in her ear, "Esteemed Wang Fei, it's bad. The tea leaves aren't poisoned." Han Yunshi's face turned ashen at these words. Not poisoned? How could this be? Was she really wrong? Had she really lost the bet? No, she didn't believe it. How could this be? "Are you certain?" Han Yunshi murmured. "I'm certain. Before you and His Highness returned, this subordinate found no less than 10 poison doctors to examine the tea leaves. Just then His Highness even personally picked one to examine them. None of them were poisoned. For now, it's best not to alarm Madame Li. This matter still needs to be investigated." Chu Shifeng glanced at Madame Li and her daughter before lowering his voice to a whisper. Still, Han Yunshi heard every word clearly and her heart sank to the bottom. "Brother, how can you be like this? Why are you so fierce? Is there something shameful going on?" It was esteemed Wang Fei who said she could announce the results. Nobody forced her. "What? Are you going back on your word now?" Mu Luiyue shoved Mu Qingguo aside and went straight for Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, hurry and say something. Nobody forced you just then, right?" Smart people could figure out what was going on at a time like this. Grand Concubine Yi was the first to speak. "Han Yunshi, my Duke of Qin's estate always keeps our word. You're not really going back on your word, are you?" With Grand Concubine Yi's words, who wouldn't dare to make things difficult for Han Yunshi? After all, everyone present liked to hit someone while they were down. Mu Fei, how could sister-in-law be such a person? She'll definitely reveal the true culprit. Sister-in-law, hurry and say it. Didn't you want to say it just then? Murong Wanru's voice was so pleasant to the ears. Han Ruashiwa was impatient as well. That's right, that's right. Big sis, why aren't you saying anything? Just then you were just scaring people, weren't you? Madame Li, who had a guilty conscience before, finally recovered. She didn't say a word, but watched Han Yunqi's embarrassment from the sidelines. This girl was still too tender to fight with her. How could it be so easy to find out that she'd poisoned her? Faced with the crowd's attacks, Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng were both anxious. Of course they knew that esteemed Wang Fei was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. But even if she didn't want to, she had to. Let's have esteemed Wang Fei take a step back and let Mu Luiwei do the same. Don't make Madame Li take too many precautions. Mu Qingguo thought as he dragged Mu Luiwei over. He was about to tell her about the severity of the matter when Murong Wanru shot a few looks at the crowd. Immediately, quite a few people began to kick up a fuss. Everyone look. Esteemed, Wang Fei's going back on her word. Don't show off before finding the true culprit. There's still 3 days until the deadline, so what's there to show off for? Show off when you don't have the skills. I never thought she was this kind of woman. She even said before that her medical skills were superb. I think those were all false rumors. I think she's just thick-skinned and sharp-tongued. It's not like her skin is thick today. Didn't everyone see it on the wedding day? Both Chu Shifeng and Mu Qingguo grew angry at the mockery and ridicule. Mu Qingguo held on to Mu Luiwei with one hand while his other clenched into a fist. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi's head was bowed, her silence frightening. This wasn't the first time she'd been surrounded and mocked, but this time was different. This time, she really did say that she'd reveal the truth and find the true culprit. But she was wrong. She'd lost, but when had she ever admitted defeat? All sorts of mockery and ridicule filled her ears. But Han Yunqi only heard one voice from the depths of her heart. I won't admit defeat. Even if she lost, she had to admit defeat wholeheartedly. But right now, she didn't want to admit defeat, much less her heart. The tea leaves weren't poisoned, right? Very well. She'd come personally to examine them. She hadn't even done so. So how could she say there was no poison? Although examining tea leaves for poison was a simple task that usually didn't make mistakes, she refused to believe it this time. Abruptly, Han Yunqi raised her head to meet the disdainful looks of the crowd. She raised her chin and looked disdainfully at the crowd. Word by word, her voice resounding, she declared the true culprit behind the poisoning was present at the scene. This Wang Fei has the tea leaves as proof. Chapter 135. Han Yunqi really didn't stop until her words shocked everyone to death. Her words silenced the crowd, including Grand Concubine Yi and the rest. Everyone was caught off guard and gaped. Han Yunqi really said it. The real culprit was here? And she even had proof? Heavens, was this for real? Madame Li's reaction was the biggest. Her face was ashen white as her palms grew sweaty. Tea leaves. Did that tin of tea leaves really fall into Han Yunqi's hands? She found the 10,000 snake poison? The real culprit, was she the culprit? Madame Li couldn't even stand straight and fell back a few steps. At the same time, Han Yunqi looked over with a cold gaze. Right now, everyone's attention was on Han Yunqi. Seeing her look at Madame Li, the crowd followed her gaze. Madame Li's face grew even paler as she leaned against the door with nowhere to run. Han Ruashiwa had no idea what was going on and quickly supported her mother. But Han Yunqi actually reached out and pointed at them. The real culprit is this mother and daughter pair. Her words were like a clap of thunder that resounded through the crowd. Too shocking. The crowd fell silent, but the crowd quickly backed away in fright. No matter whether Han Yunqi was speaking the truth or not, No one dared to put themselves in danger. After all, the culprit wasn't easy to deal with. Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng didn't expect Han Yunqi to identify Madame Li on the spot. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, to block Madame Li's escape while protecting Han Yunqi at the same time. Everyone was stunned except for Han Ruoxue, who was panting with rage. She didn't care about etiquette and pointed at Madame Li as well. Han Yunqi, you're framing us. What right do you have to frame us without proof? When these words came out, Madame Li finally regained her senses. She calmed herself down and immediately refuted. Esteemed Wang Fei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Without any evidence, how can you frame us like this? We've always known our place and never fought over the Han family's things with you. Madame Su and her son are already in jail. You won't even let us off? Madame Li had steeled her heart and refused to believe that Han Yunqi would be able to detect the poison in that can of tea leaves. It was impossible for her to have that kind of ability. His lord appreciated her and wanted to kidnap her for his own use. However, she and He Sha were not convinced. He Sha's dissatisfaction was written all over her face, but her dissatisfaction with Han Yunqi was deep in her bones. She did not believe that Han Yunqi, a useless person, could suddenly become a genius overnight. She did not believe that the Han family, who was not proficient in poison, could produce a poison master. She also did not believe that her 30 years of hard work could not compare to a girl who was not even 20 years old. This time she was going all out. Hearing Madame Li and her daughter's explanation, Mu Luiwe also regained her senses. She had to admit that Han Yunqi's words just now almost scared her silly. If Madame Li and her daughter were the real culprits, then wouldn't she be with the real culprit every day? Just thinking about it was scary. This Han Yunqi must have been driven mad to say such things. Coldly, she mocked, just pointing at a random person as the culprit. Isn't it too easy to find the culprit? Esteemed Wang Fei, since you said the tea leaves have proof, then take it out for us to see. But Han Yunqi immediately ordered, Chu Shifeng, go bring Bailu here and that can of tea leaves as well. This Wang Fei wants to test it for poison right here. This Chu Shifeng didn't know what to do. Although he didn't understand poisons, he still had common sense. It was difficult to detect poisons in the human body, but not in the human body. It was much easier to find out if there was poison in the body. Even if the dosage was very small, as long as there was poison, it was usually easy to detect. Moreover, if there was poison in that big can of tea leaves, then there would be a lot of it. So many poison doctors had all come to the same conclusion. There was no poison. If esteemed Wang Fei wanted to test for poison in front of everyone, wasn't she digging her own grave? It'd be even more humiliating if they found out there was no poison. Chu Shifeng felt conflicted and still wanted to coax her. But Han Yunqi suddenly said sternly, Why aren't you going yet? Chu Shifeng gave a start at the sight of her sharp, knife-like gaze. He didn't dare to say a word, but braced himself and left. By now, the skies had darkened and more spectators had gathered around. Even many influential officials had heard the news and rushed over to mingle with the crowd. Crown Prince Long Tianma had also left the palace in plain clothes to hide in the crowd. The news had long spread like wildfire throughout the city. Everyone inside and outside the palace knew about it. While they waited, everyone kept quiet and didn't dare to speak. Mu Qingguo and a few guards surrounded Madame Li and her daughter in case anything unexpected happened. When Chu Shifeng really did bring in the tea, servant Bailu, and the tea leaves, the crowd grew even quieter. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi's tea leaves really did exist. Everyone exchanged glances and didn't dare to talk. It didn't seem like she was making things up, but that depended on whether the tea leaves were poisoned or not. While everyone was waiting to see what would happen, two people were stunned. Han Ruoxue and Mu Luiwe recognized Bailu as soon as they saw her. Then they saw the canister of tea leaves, which Han Ruoxua had planned to give to Muluiwe, but forgot to do the same. Madame Li had personally handled the packaging and sealing of the canister, so Han Ruoxua was very familiar with it. How did Han Yunqi find Bailu and the canister of tea leaves? Could it be that she was telling the truth? Han Ruoxua looked uneasily towards Muluiwe, while Muluiwe looked back uneasily. In a flash, the two of them grew weaker. Han Yunqi took in everyone's reactions. Although she was only relying on her stubbornness and willfulness to check the tea leaves, she wasn't sure whether they were poisoned or not. But since she'd chosen to fight to the end, she had to be calm and unruffled. Even if she lost, she couldn't lose her momentum. She stepped forward naturally and gracefully, her cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Even Grand Concubine Yi and the rest felt a strange sense of inferiority. She'd never felt this way before the Empress Dowager. She pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Han Yunqi withdrew her gaze and spoke up. Everyone, this is the tea servant Bailu from the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop. She's a witness. While this canister of tea leaves is evidence of 10,000 snake poison. What's going on? Muluiwe immediately retorted. Are these the witnesses and evidence you mentioned? On what basis? Han Yunqi didn't reply, but signaled for Bailu to step forward with a look. This commoner is the tea servant Bailu from the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop, Miss Liuyue's personal tea servant. This canister of tea leaves was brought to the tea plantation by the Han family's second young, Miss Liuyue, a month ago. She was going to give it to Miss Liuyue, but forgot to give it to her. This commoner got greedy and hid it away. After testing, it was found to be poisoned with the 10,000 snake poison used on the young general. For the past 3 to 4 years, Miss Liuyue and second young Miss Han often came to the tea shop to drink tea. Almost every time, second young Miss Han would give tea leaves to Miss Liuyue, saying that they were made by her own mother and couldn't be bought outside. Bailu's words made all the smart people understand. Everything was clear now. If these tea leaves really were poisoned, then Muluiwe was an accomplice, while Han Ruoxua was the true culprit. Through Mu Liuyue's hands, Han Ruoxua had poisoned Mu Qinggu. Madame Li, who made this canister of tea leaves, was the one who directly poisoned it. Mu Liuyue finally panicked. She was the clearest about how many tea leaves she had received from Han Ruoxua and how many she had given to her brother. Looking at the familiar canister of tea leaves, her heart almost stopped. It was as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. She kept retreating and couldn't say a word. How could this be? She was actually tricked by Han Ruoxua and became her brother's murderer. Her brother was poisoned with a slow-acting poison that accumulated over a long period of time. All these years, she had been sending tea leaves to her brother every month. No, she didn't want this to happen. No, this must be a coincidence. Suddenly, she rushed over like a madwoman and almost bumped into Han Yunqi. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What right do you have to say that these tea leaves are poisoned? What right do you have? So, Miss Liuyue admits that these tea leaves were given by Han Ruoxua and that Bailu was right? Han Yunqi questioned. Mu Liuyue didn't think so much and angrily replied, Yes, I recognize this canister of tea leaves. It's the tea leaves that Han Ruoxua often gave to me. I often gave them to my brother. But what does this prove? What right do you have to say that these tea leaves are poisonous? That's right. What right do you have to say that it's poisonous? I don't believe it. Han Ruoxua also anxiously said. The two of them were like grasping at straws and refused to let go. If the tea leaves were poisonous, then Han Yunqi would win. If they weren't, then even if Han Yunqi's words were true, it would be useless. The key was in this canister of tea leaves. At this moment, Madame Li, who had been silent, finally opened her mouth. Esteemed Wang Fei, please speak with evidence. Otherwise, this commoner won't accept it. This commoner is innocent. Innocent. Madame Li still believed in her poison skills and that Han Yunqi wouldn't be able to find out. Now that so many people were gathered here, it was a good thing. Everyone was watching. As long as Han Yunqi couldn't prove that the tea leaves were poisonous, then Long Fei, you wouldn't be able to catch her. As she shouted, she prepared to rush towards Grand Concubine Yi, but Mu Qinggu stopped her in time. She actually took the chance to kneel down. Esteemed imperial concubine, this commoner has been wrongly accused. The Duke of Qin's estate is making slanderous accusations without any proof. This commoner has been wrongly accused. Grand concubine retreated far away. Although she was on guard, she was still speaking up for Madame Li. No matter the process, she only wanted results. As long as Han Yunqi lost the bet, her reputation would be ruined. Han Yunqi, didn't you say you wanted to test the poison on the spot? Madame Li won't accept it, so I'm sure many of the people here won't either. Why don't you try it for everyone to see? Grand concubine, Yi said coldly. In other words, Madame Li admits that she was the one who processed and packaged the tea leaves? Han Yunqi had to make sure. Madame Li didn't deny it, so she openly admitted it. Yes, very good. Han Yunqi's voice was very loud. However, no one knew that at this moment. She secretly took a deep breath. Only she knew that her detox system hadn't given her any warnings when she received the tea leaves. There were two possibilities. First, there was simply too little tea leaves, making it impossible for a regular poison doctor to detect it. Then her detox system would have to do a deeper scan. The other possibility was that there really wasn't any poison in the tea leaves. Right now, thousands of eyes were staring at her. Madame Li and her daughter's attitudes were resolute. The item in her hands would determine her honor and disgrace, as well as her life and death. It would be a lie to say that Han Yunqi wasn't nervous. Her conviction had supported her to this point. The next step would be the end of the road. Whether it would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel or a precipice, no one knew. Her heart raced as Han Yunqi gritted her teeth and opened the tea leaves. Her clear eyes stared at the tea leaves as she began a deep scan. Chapter 136. No poison. The results of the scan showed no poison. Han Yunqi sucked in a cold breath as she stared blankly at the tea leaves. In an instant, her back was drenched in sweat. No poison. No poison at all. How? No one present knew what she'd done. But she stared at the tea leaves with an unsightly expression. Madame Li immediately spoke up. Esteemed Wang Fei, are you going to start testing for poison? Han Yunqi raised her head only to see Madame Li's eyes flash with ridicule. It was obvious that she'd done it on purpose. Madame Li had to be the culprit. But these tea leaves, esteemed Wang Fei, hurry and test it. Han Ruoxue urged as well. Mu Luiwe wasn't so patient. Cold, she said. Han Yunqi, say something. Why aren't you speaking again? What? You make it sound so nice, but when it's time to test for poison, you wilt. You're just scaring people. Playing with people? Don't think you're all that just because you're Qin Wang Fei. I'm telling you, if you don't find anything today, this young lady will go to the Empress Dowager and sue you for slander. As soon as she heard the words Empress Dowager, Grand Concubine, Yi grew unwell. Her temper flared up as she demanded, Han Yunqi, what's wrong with you? Are you going to test or not? Han Yunqi looked at them with knitted brows. On one side, Mu Qinggu and Chu Shifeng were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Although they didn't know what esteemed Wang Fei had done, her expression suggested that the tea leaves weren't poisoned. I told her so long ago. Why didn't she believe me? What to do now? It's hard to get off the tiger now. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, May esteemed Wang Fei test for poison. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Following that, more and more people chimed in. May esteemed Wang Fei test for poison. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi had become the target of a multitude of arrows. She grit her teeth tightly. Everyone assumed that she'd run out of moves, but it wasn't long before she ordered coldly, "Someone come, bring hot water and soak these tea leaves. This princess will now test the poison for everyone to see." If the scanner could not detect the poison, it was possible that there was no poison. However, there was another possibility, and that was that the Lee Consortium's method of poisoning was so tricky that even the detoxification system could not detect it. She vaguely remembered that she had once seen a method of testing 10,000 snake poison in an ancient book. No matter how much 10,000 snake poison there was, it could be tested in an instant. There was no 10,000 snake poison in the modern era. She had never experimented with it and did not know if it would work. However, at this time she did not care so much. This was a method that could not be helped. She could only brace herself and try. Since he had already given it his all, he might as well fight to the end. In the understanding of most people, making tea to test for poison was nothing more than finding someone to drink tea to test the poison. This was a very simple method. As long as they tested it, the results would be out. Therefore, everyone was nervous. However, Madame Lee sneered in her heart. Of course! She knew that Han Yunqi wouldn't be stupid enough to use the simplest method to test for poison. She was the one who saved Mu Qingguo. She should know that once the 10,000 snake poison entered the human body, it would not erupt without several years of accumulation. She thought that Han Yunqi might have used some kind of secret weapon to make the tea. It was a very powerful poison testing needle, poison testing stone, or something like that. If the poison did not enter the human body, even if it was only a tiny amount, it could still be detected by those poison testing tools. However, the poison she used was different. Even the most powerful poison testing stone in the world would not be able to detect the 10,000 snake poison she used. A trace of disdain appeared on Madame Lee's lips as she waited patiently. Soon, the attendant brought hot water and a tea tray. However, who knew that Han Yunqi would say, "I don't want a teacup. Bring a big bowl." Big bowl? What did she want to do? Everyone was very puzzled. The ridicule on Madame Lee's lips became even stronger. She couldn't be using a big bowl to make tea because she wanted to brew more poison, right? She was really stupid. It seemed that not only did the master overestimate this lass, but she also overestimated her. The attendant immediately changed to a big bowl. Soon, a big bowl of tea was brewed and placed on a small table. Everyone looked over, waiting to see what Han Yunqi would do next. Would she find someone to drink tea to test the poison, or would she take out some poison testing stone to test it? However, who knew that Han Yunqi would say again, "Someone catch a goldfish. I want it alive." She didn't need anyone or any poison testing tools, but she actually used a goldfish? However, the principle of testing for poison was the same. Madame Lee was still unperturbed. A goldfish's resistance was much lower than a human's, but so what? Han Yunqi would still be disappointed. Soon, the attendant immediately brought a goldfish that was alive and kicking. Everyone had been waiting for a long time and couldn't wait to see the results. Han Yunqi took the goldfish and walked to the front of the tea. Once again, she took a deep breath. She knew that everyone was very nervous at this moment, but she was more nervous than anyone else. Whether or not the records in the ancient texts were true or false, whether or not it had any effect, and what her fate would be, all depended on this one action. Once she put the fish in, everything would be decided. Perhaps it was because the fish was struggling too hard, or because her hands were trembling, but she couldn't control herself. She lowered her hand and steeled her heart to place the fish in the tea. In a flash, countless gazes gathered on her. Han Yunqi looked down as well and saw the fish scurrying about as soon as it entered the water. At the same time, she saw her own reflection in the tea, her pale face pale. The fish was swimming. Would it be poisoned? Would it die? Everyone couldn't take their eyes off her. Even Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng forgot to guard against Madame Li as they looked over nervously. Grand Concubine he had drawn close to stare as well. Han Yunqi's heart was pounding like a drum. Thump, 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 thump. As the fish swam, her heart beat faster and faster until it was hard to breathe. Time passed bit by bit. Sometimes the fish swam, sometimes it stopped. Everything was normal. Madame Li's lips drew up into a mocking smile. Esteemed Wang Fei, how long are you going to examine it until you are done? I reckon it'll take until daybreak. Mu Luiwa laughed as well. It had been so long. If there was poison, the goldfish would have died long ago. The tea wasn't poisonous at all. So Han Yunqi had lied too much. This is tea. If you examine it until daybreak, the goldfish might not survive, Han Shui said with relief. Han Ruoshiwa also felt relieved and reminded him with a smile. After all, tea was not clear water. The goldfish could only survive in the tea for 4 to 6 hours before dying naturally. Han Yunqi gritted her teeth and ignored them, keeping her eyes on the goldfish. She didn't even realize that her forehead had long been covered in sweat. It had been half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but the goldfish was still alive. Could it be that the ancient records were fake? Was she destined to fall into the hands of these women today? Han Yunqi, you should announce the results of the examination. Grand concubine, he reminded coldly. She couldn't wait to see Han Yunqi honor her bet. Han Yunqi kept her head bowed and didn't reply. Mu Luiwei giggled. It's just a bet. If you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. There's no meaning in dragging it out like this. Han Yunqi, do you hear me? I'm ordering you. Grand concubine, he said sternly. She didn't want to waste any more time. The goldfish swam happily in the tea. Han Yunqi stared and stared until she finally closed her eyes and slowly, very slowly, lifted her head. Seeing this, the crowd rejoiced in her misfortune and mocked her. But suddenly, Chu Shifeng cried out, "There's a situation." Esteemed Wang Fei, look, there's a situation. A situation? Han Yunqi's eyes flew open and she lowered her head to see. The goldfish was still swimming, but it seemed to have lost its balance. Multiple times it tilted to one side. Without a doubt, this was a sign that its stomach was about to flip. Han Yunqi's heart pounded uncontrollably as if it was going to jump out of her chest. There's a chance. There's a chance. She clutched at her chest in agitation, not daring to blink as she stared fixedly at the goldfish. At the same time, the crowd was stunned as well. They all looked over again, including the self-confident Madame Li. She looked in disbelief and shook her head. How could this be? She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. The goldfish wouldn't die, it wouldn't. However, very soon, the goldfish stopped swimming. It stopped in the water and flipped over again and again, as if it was making its final struggle against the Grim Reaper. Unfortunately, after a few flips, it flipped over completely. Its pale white belly was exposed on the surface of the water. Then, little black spots appeared from the pale white. Gradually, there were more and more of them, and they became denser and denser. After a short while, the entire fish belly turned black. Heavens! In an instant, the onlookers all drew in a cold breath. The goldfish was dead and had turned black. It was poisoned. Han Yunqi was too surprised by this outcome. She wasn't sure if it would succeed. Moreover, she was really frightened just now. At this moment, her heart was still pounding wildly, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Of course, she wouldn't forget about the proper business. Once the poison was revealed, it was very easy to test what kind of poison it was. She hurriedly took out a golden needle and collected the blood stains on the fish's stomach. Who can test what kind of poison this is? Han Yunqi asked loudly. Someone from the crowd immediately responded, "I'll do it." An elderly man walked up and seriously looked at the goldfish's stomach. He then used his finger to touch the poisonous blood. After smelling it, he said with certainty, "This is snake poison." When multiple snake poisons are mixed together, it's known as the 10,000 snake poison. There were really experts among the people. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. I believe everyone has seen it clearly. This tea is poisonous. It's the 10,000 snake poison that the young general was poisoned with. Once this was said, the crowd slowly recovered from their shock and immediately started discussing. Oh my God, if he drank this all year round, then one day he would end up like this fish. This is too scary. This method is too sinister. How despicable. Madame Li and her daughter are really murderers. This is too scary. I didn't expect this. Madame Li stood far away. She was confident in her poison skills, but she never thought that a mere goldfish would be able to break her poison skills. The poisoning skills that she was most proud of, and the reason that she had been calm and composed all along, had been completely shattered. She had been completely denied. Although she was unwilling to believe it, she had nothing to say about this result. She had no choice but to accept it. Han Ruoxue stared blankly at the dead goldfish. She couldn't believe what she saw with her own eyes. The tea was poisonous. Mother had been using her to poison the young general? Mother, you! Han Ruoxue didn't even have time to make things difficult for Madame Li, who knew that Mu Luiwe would suddenly pounce over and violently grab Han Ruoxue's hair. Bitch! You actually dared to do this. To think I trusted you so much, you bitch. I'm going to kill you. Mu Luiwe was as angry as a little beast. She pounced over and directly pulled out a lock of Han Ruoxue's hair. Chapter 137. I don't know anything. Sob. Mother, why did you do this? It was all my mother who told me to deliver the tea leaves. I don't know a thing. Let me go, no. Sob. Mother, why did you do this? Why? Han Ruoxue didn't dare to fight back, but kept dodging as she wailed like a child. Mu Luiwe was like a shrew as she tugged at Han Ruoxue's clothes, pinching and beating her. The people around them all backed away, but in the midst of the chaos, Madame Li suddenly dodged Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng to claw at Grand Concubine. Grand Concubine Yi screamed as Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng rushed over, but it was too late. Madame Li was only a step away from Grand Concubine Yi, but her claws were already on her neck. Her nails dug in, ready to end Grand Concubine Yi's life at any moment. Grand Concubine Yi was so scared that her face turned white, her eyes wide as her entire body trembled. She didn't dare to move. All of you get out of the way, or else I'll kill her right now, Madame Li said coldly. So what if Han Yunqi found her? It wasn't that easy to catch her. Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng weren't willing to give up. They both gripped their swords, neither advancing nor retreating. At the same time, the guards lying in ambush appeared to surround them. All of you back off, Madame Li said coldly as she increased the strength of her hands. Back off! Back off! All of you back off! Grand Concubine, he shouted in fright. This was too frightening. If she wasn't careful, she'd be killed. Nobody expected this to happen. Chu Shifeng and Mu Qingguo had no choice but to back off. Not only the guards, but even Han Yunqi and the rest of the onlookers backed off. Only Han Ruoxue stood there in a daze, staring at her mother in disbelief. Mu Qingguo's sword rested against her neck. Madame Li, release Grand Concubine Yi or else your daughter. However, before Mu Qingguo could finish his threat, Li Shi sneered, do whatever you want. Han Ruoxue was nothing more than a daughter she'd adopted to appease Han Kongan. She wasn't her biological daughter. She'd been hiding in Tianing country for so many years, carrying the heavy responsibility entrusted to her by her master. To her, children were nothing more than burdens. To her, Han Ruoxue was just a tool. She didn't matter. Han Ruoxue couldn't believe her ears and immediately burst into tears. Madame Li continued to speak coldly. Everyone step back! At his words, the cowardly Grand Concubine immediately cried out in a sobbing voice, retreat! Do as she says. All of you back off. Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng exchanged glances. both sullen to death. Still, they had no choice but to keep backing away. Seeing everyone back off, Madame Li's eyes flashed sinisterly. She reached out with her other hand to pull Grand Concubine closer, but it was then that a sword suddenly appeared in the air like a bolt of lightning, cutting down between Madame Li and Grand Concubine like a hot knife through butter. No one had expected this, not even Madame Li. Out of self-defense, she subconsciously retracted her hands. But in that split second, Long Fei Yi appeared in the air and kicked her viciously with his long legs, sending her flying. Madame Li wanted to use more poisons, but it was too late. Her entire body landed heavily on the ground, her organs in a mess as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Shifeng immediately threw the guards to surround her and pointed his sword at her, forcing Madame Li to stop moving. Long Fei Yi stood with his hands behind his back, his figure tall and slender. His black robes fluttered in the wind like a deity descending from the heavens as he slowly landed on the ground. Everyone looked over in disbelief. In that instant, the world fell silent. It was His Highness Duke of Qin. His Highness Duke of Qin had arrived in person. It wasn't clear how many women had fainted in the crowd, but Mu Luiwei was so entranced that she forgot everything else. She wished that time would stop at this moment. As long as she could see His Highness Duke of Qin, she'd be satisfied for the rest of her life. He'd come as well. Han Yunqi's taut nerves finally relaxed as she unconsciously revealed a happy smile. With Long Fei Yi here, she could set her mind at ease. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunqi before walking towards Grand Concubine Yi. Aken came late and frightened Mu Fei. The frightened Grand Concubine Yi calmed herself down and finally realized what had happened. Tears filled her eyes as she clutched her son's hand, trembling uncontrollably. She wanted to hide the fear in her heart, but couldn't. Long Fei Yi lightly patted her shoulder. "It's fine now. Mu Fei, don't be afraid." At this moment, the panicked Morong Wanru hurried over to embrace Grand Concubine Yi, comforting her in a low voice. "Mu Fei, it's fine now, it's fine. His Highness is here, so we're safe. Don't be scared, don't be scared." As soon as she was embraced, Grand Concubine Yi leaned into Morong Wanru's arms. She desperately needed a hug. She'd never encountered such a terrifying thing in her life. She'd almost lost her life. "Mu Fei, don't be scared, don't be scared. In the future, we won't care about sister-in-law's affairs. They're too dangerous." Morong Wanru took the chance to sow discord, but this time it had no effect. Grand Concubine Yi was truly frightened. How could she care about Han Yunqi now? All she could think about was her own safety. She looked at Madame Li from a distance, frightened and flustered, ashamed and angry. "Son, she's the true culprit behind the poisons. You have to punish her severely. No, you have to kill her to prevent future troubles. My Tianning capital can't tolerate people like her." Mu Qingguo and Chu Shifeng separately brought over Han Ruoxue and Madame Li. Han Ruoxue was like a walking corpse, tears streaming down her cheeks as she said nothing. Meanwhile, Madame Li was glaring at Long Fei Yi with eyes that seemed to be dripping with poison. Long Fei Yi again. This guy had killed so many of her subordinates. If not for his interference, she'd have finished her mission long ago. She'd rather tear him to pieces. Long Fei Yi looked disdainfully at Madame Li. In his eyes, Madame Li's hatred was nothing. Even if Han Yunqi hadn't discovered the poison today, he'd still make a move against Madame Li. He wouldn't allow any dangerous characters to exist. Of course, Han Yunqi's performance had exceeded his expectations. She'd done a beautiful job, leaving him very satisfied. He didn't even want to waste words with Madame Li. Coldly, he said, "The evidence is conclusive. Someone come. Bring these two culprits to the justice courts to await trial." Bringing them to the justice courts was only a pretense. Madame Li and Han Ruoxue would both be sent to the solitary enclosure for secret interrogation. Long Fei Yi was going to interrogate the traitor, but Madame Li suddenly broke into a cold laugh. Duke of Qin, I urge you to release me immediately. Otherwise, as she spoke, she gave Grand Concubine a meaningful look before continuing, otherwise, I promise your Mu Fei won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Grand Concubine Yi's face turned black at her words. What did she mean? You don't have the skills. Long Fei Yi said coldly, she's already been poisoned by my poison sex secret poison. Madame Li said, before shooting Grand Concubine a disdainful look. Old Madam, do you feel an itch in your throat and neck? Do you want to cough? Grand Concubine Yi was so frightened that she forgot about her body's strange state. Hearing Madame Li's words, she really did feel it and grew anxious. Fei, send me to the city gates, and I'll hand over the antidote. Otherwise, Madame Li demanded arrogantly. Long Fei Yi hated being threatened the most in his life. He ignored Madame Li's arrogance and said sternly, someone come, take her away. Grand Concubine Yi was intimidated by his words. Although she was anxious, she didn't dare to speak. Chu Shifeng held Madame Li in place, but as soon as he turned around, his hand suddenly went numb. All of a sudden, he lost all strength. At the same time, Madame Li took out a dagger and aimed it at Han Yunqi, who was standing closest to her. Han Yunqi never thought that Madame Li could still struggle. She was so shocked that she forgot to dodge as the dagger drew closer. Ah! She cried out as she shut her eyes. But as soon as she did, a trickle of warm blood splattered onto her face. Was it her blood? But she didn't seem to feel any pain. Han Yunqi carefully opened her eyes and saw Madame Li standing in front of her, spitting up blood. She didn't move, the dagger in her hand less than 5 inches from her heart. Abruptly, Madame Li's grip loosened and the dagger fell to the ground. Han Yunqi's gaze slowly shifted downwards, only to see an arrow piercing through Madame Li's stomach from behind. Long Fei Yi was standing right behind her, his cold eyes flashing with ruthlessness as if someone had touched his reverse scale. His rage soared to the skies. Han Yunqi was too shocked. Madame Li was the leader of the Northern Li spies. If they interrogated her, they'd definitely find out a lot. She never expected Long Fei Yi to kill Madame Li. Was it because it was too dangerous and he made the choice in a moment of desperation, or because he was angry? But what was he angry about? Madame Li slowly turned around and looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief. You, your lordship won't even give you a chance to commit suicide. Long Fei Yi replied arrogantly. After dealing with Madame Li, the other spies would be like a sheet of loose sand. How could he not handle them? Madame Li spat out another mouthful of blood before laughing out loud. Good, very good. You're worthy of being Tianning's Duke of Qin. Worthy of being Qin Wangfei. Everyone knows that Tianning has the Duke of Qin, but not Emperor Tianhui. They only know that Qin Wangfei knows how to treat poisons. But they don't know that the true experts are those who know how to treat poisons. Ha ha ha. As she laughed and laughed, she collapsed to the ground and breathed her last. Meanwhile, the entire scene was silent. Madame Li's words were still ringing in everyone's ears. Long Fei Ye's face was cold and gloomy. Many of the nobles in the crowd wore unsightly expressions. Crown Prince Long Tianma's face had even turned black. Madame Li's words had raised the Duke of Qin to the skies and trampled Emperor Tianhui to the ground. If those words reached Emperor Tianhui's ears, what would happen? Very soon, Grand Concubine Yi broke the silence. This shrew spoke nonsense. She actually dared to sow discord between the Duke of Qin and His Majesty. It's too easy for her to die like this. Although she was dissatisfied with both the Empress Dowager and Emperor Tianhui in her heart, and believed that the position of Emperor of the 9 and 5 should belong to her son, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. Everything was set in stone now. Emperor Tianhui was on guard against the Duke of Qin to begin with. but he couldn't stand such provocations. This matter was so serious that Grand Concubine even forgot about the poison in her body. Still, Long Fei Yi only disdained Grand Concubine Yi's smoothing over the situation. His lips curved into a sneer that no one noticed as he ordered people to send Madame Li's corpse and Han Ruoxue away. Chapter 138. Seeing the guards' retreating form, the crowd was still immersed in the tension and excitement from before. Their hearts couldn't calm down, but they still felt like something was missing. "Your Highness, let's hurry and send Mu Fei back. Mu Fei is still poisoned. You need to find a doctor to take a look." Murong Wanru was very anxious, but these words made Han Yunqi feel awkward. She was clearly a poison doctor, but was Murong Wanru treating her like air? But Grand Concubine actually nodded as well. "Fei, let's go back. Hurry and find Mu Fei, a powerful poison doctor. Mu Fei's throat hurts." Long Fei Yi didn't reply, but supported Grand Concubine to leave. Han Yunqi cold looked on. She didn't mind Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru, but seeing Long Fei Ye's retreating form made her feel like an outsider from head to toe. An indescribable sense of loss crept into her heart. All right, they'd always been a family. She was an outsider. When Madame Li poisoned her, her detox system hadn't alerted her. Either Madame Li was tricking people, or the poison really was a secret. If it was a secret poison, Han Yunqi would like to see what kind of powerful poison Dr. Grand Concubine could find in the capital to treat her. "Grand Concubine Murong Wanru, you've thrown rocks at me when I'm down because of the Han family matters and the bet. You better not beg me for help one day." Just as Han Yunqi was about to send them off with narrowed eyes, Long Fei suddenly turned his head and asked cold, "Han Yunqi, you're still not leaving?" Han Yunqi's heart gave a lurch. What a familiar phrase. He'd only said it to her once, when they went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. But for some reason, she felt like it was extremely familiar, like she hadn't been abandoned. Han Yunqi gave a start before she suddenly laughed. "Your Highness, Chinchia still has a bet to take care of. I can't leave for now." As soon as she said this, Mu Luiwe, who had been staring blankly at Long Fei, suddenly woke up and looked at Han Yunqi. "A bet? That's right, there was still the bet." Everyone who wanted more finally remembered that there was still the bet. They had all been frightened by Mrs. Li and had forgotten about it. No wonder they felt that something was missing. Han Yunqi admitted that she was a bad person. "Mu Luiwe, an eye for an eye. Since you are heartless to me, don't blame me for being unjust to you." Afraid that Long Fei Yi would leave, Han Yunqi hurriedly added, "Your Highness, Miss Luiwe made a bet with Chinchia. If she loses, she has to honor the bet." "Your Highness, let's go back. Mother's health is more important," Murong Wanru advised in a low voice. After all, she and Mu Luiwe were allies in this matter. But Long Fei Yi didn't seem to hear her. In a low voice, he ordered Chu Shifeng to send Grand Concubine back before turning to leave. Murong Wanru was puzzled. His Highness usually didn't like to join in on these kinds of excitement, so why was he interested today? But looking at Mu Luiwe, she couldn't help even if she wanted to. She could only leave with Grand Concubine first. Seeing Long Fei Yi walk over, Mu Luiwe's heart gradually sank. She felt unwell all over. In the past, she dearly wished to see this man again, even if it was just for a second longer. But now, she only wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "What kind of bet?" Long Fei Yi asked mildly, finally looking straight at Mu Luiwe. On one side, Mu Qinggu slapped his forehead. He knew his little sister was done for. His Highness Duke of Qin had long said he was interested in the bet. Wasn't he just asking the obvious? Mu Luiwe's head couldn't get any lower, her face burning as if on fire. She'd always dreamed of getting His Highness Duke of Qin's attention. No matter if it was her face or figure, she'd always taken care of it and dressed herself up. All these years, She'd been strict with herself, hoping to leave a good impression when His Highness Duke of Qin looked at her. But now was her most wretched and embarrassing moment. Not only was she stupid enough to be used by the culprit, she was stupid enough to make a bet with Han Yunqi. This let her vomit blood and die. How could she be so useless and stupid? She'd lost all face. Heavens! What would His Highness Duke of Qin think of her? We bet on whether Qinxia could uncover the culprit behind the poison within a month. There's still 3 days until the deadline. Qinxia wins, Han Yunqi said with a smug smile. She'd finally won, so of course she had to laugh to her heart's content. Mu Liuyue's hands clenched into fists as she listened. She cursed in her heart, Han Yunqi, you slut! Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi continued to laugh. Your Highness, the loser has to take off her outer clothes and run around Xuanwu Street. Sob, sob, Mu Liyue finally couldn't take it anymore. She reached out and tugged on Mu Qingwu's sleeve, pleading for help. Big brother. Mu Qingwu's brows furrowed. Although he hadn't been biased towards his sister during the investigation and had been very fair, he still hesitated in the face of this kind of bet. Taking off her outer clothes and running around was too much. If she took off her outer clothes and ran around, she'd lose all her reputation. If Liyue really did this, how could she continue to live? How could she establish herself in the capital's social circle? How could she get married? Moreover, even the general's residence's reputation would be lost because of her. Mu Qingwu hesitated for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Esteemed Princess Consort, Your Highness, Liyue is still young and doesn't know any better. This matter concerns a girl's reputation and will affect her entire life. I hope that you can give her a way out and let her off this time. Han Yunqi knew that Mu Qingwu would plead for leniency. She looked coldly at Mu Liyue's little hand that was tightly clutching onto Mu Qingwu's sleeve. Her lips curled into a trace of disdain. Some people were very unyielding, while others were very flexible. If Mu Liyue was a little braver, a little more responsible, and stubbornly kept her promise, she would actually be lenient. If Mu Liyue didn't rely on Mu Qingwu and begged her herself, perhaps she would be soft-hearted. But this girl didn't have the backbone to keep her promise, so she couldn't lower herself to beg her. This kind of girl, she really didn't know what she was proud of. Han Yunqi had won this bet beautifully, but it wasn't easy. If she let Mu Liyue off just because Mu Qingwu pleaded for leniency, she would be letting herself down. It had to be known that if she hadn't won today, no one would have pleaded for leniency for her. Her ending would have been even worse than Mu Liyue's. Mu Liyue dared to make such a big scene, so she had to pay the price. A bet is a bet. How can it be treated as a game? Han Yunqi mercilessly asked back. Big brother had already pleaded. What else did she want? Mu Liyue was angry. She was about to refute, but Mu Qingwu stopped her. Mu Qingwu gritted his teeth and said, Esteemed Princess Consort, who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, Han Yunqi would cut him off and ask, Young General, could it be that the people from your general's estate will go back on their word like this? Mu Qingwu was such a straightforward person. How could he endure this kind of questioning? He really wanted to answer Han Yunqi with a magnanimous no. If it was him, no matter what the bet was, no matter what the consequences were, he would definitely fulfill it to the end. However, this was his little sister's matter. For the sake of his little sister's fate, he could only endure it. After hesitating for a moment, he threw caution to the wind. He ignored Han Yunqi and looked towards Long Feiyi. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Liyue is still a virgin. You absolutely can't do this. This humble subject begs your Highness to reconsider. When Mu Liyue heard this, her heart was slightly happy. She knew that her big brother was using the general's estate's face to beg the Duke of Qin. No matter what, the general's estate's position in the court couldn't be underestimated. At least compared to other people, the Duke of Qin would give her more face. Finally seeing a glimmer of hope, she wasn't as flustered as before. Instead, she was a bit expectant. She always knew that among the Duke of Qin's many admirers, she was the one who had the highest chance of winning his favor. Long Fei Yi looked thoughtfully at Mu Qinggu and said indifferently, "Take off her outer clothes and run through the streets? Who suggested this?" When she heard this, Mu Luiwe was overjoyed. Heavens, if His Highness Duke of Qin asked this, then there must be hope, right? Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have rejected it immediately. As if she had been reborn, Mu Luiwe hurriedly raised her head, her face beaming with happiness. "Your Highness, it was esteemed Wang Fei who suggested this, not me." Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi disdainfully glanced at her and retorted coldly, "Since you agreed to a bet, you must accept your loss. What else is there to say?" At this moment, Mu Luiwe immediately fell back onto her heels. Her entire body seemed to have been sucked dry of air. She went limp and paralyzed, her tears uncontrollably gushing out. His Highness Duke of Qin actually disdained her like this. He actually didn't give the general's estate any face. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Did he want her to fulfill her promise to take off her clothes and run through the streets? Did he want to watch helplessly as her chastity was destroyed? As it turned out, in his eyes, she wasn't worth mentioning at all. She was dispensable. As it turned out, the family she was most proud of, the general's estate, was also insignificant in his eyes. Sob, sob. Finally, Mu Luiwe cried out loud. All of her fantasies, all of her hopes were shattered. What could be more tragic than being treated like dirt by the man you've secretly loved for so many years? She couldn't bear this kind of blow, no matter what. "No, I don't want it. I don't want it," she wailed as she frantically tugged at Mu Qingwu's clothes. However, Long Fei Yi didn't even look at her as he turned to leave. "Miss Luiwe, in front of His Highness Duke of Qin and so many people, you can't go back on your word. There are still 3 days, so you should think about it carefully." Han Yunqi cheerfully left these words behind, then hurriedly turned to chase after Long Fei Yi, leaving Mu Luiwe crying and wailing behind her. Long Fei Yi really was heartless. He hurt her so deeply, but he didn't feel anything and just left. Han Yunqi couldn't help but wonder if everyone who liked him would be hurt by his coldness and heartlessness. After finally catching up with him, Han Yunqi obediently walked beside him. Just as she was about to open her mouth to thank him, Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "You're still not going back." Han Yunqi then realized that they were walking in the direction away from the Duke of Qin's residence. "You aren't going back?" Han Yunqi asked without rhyme or reason. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi stopped in his tracks and glanced at her. Without a word, his figure disappeared in a flash. This guy. Fine, where did he go? How could he explain to her? He must be going to the solitary garden to interrogate Han Ruoxue and dispose of Madame Li's corpse, right? Han Yunqi glanced back at the crowd that hadn't dispersed yet before remembering 7th Madame and little Earth. She quickly ran towards the Justice Court's back doors. 7th Madame, please don't let anything happen to you. Now that the 2 branches of the Han family are gone, there's only you and little Er left. Fortunately, 7th Madame's injuries weren't serious, just a light concussion. Han Yunqi personally escorted 7th Madame and little Er back to the Han estate and took care of a few matters there. She hadn't slept all night and was planning to rest when someone from the Duke of Qin's estate arrived, saying that Morong Wanru was urgently looking for her. If Morong Wanru was looking for her at this time, then Grand Concubine, you must really have been poisoned. Moreover, the poison doctors couldn't cure her. Han Yunqi was amused. Chapter 139. Although Madame Li wasn't a good person, Han Yunqi still admired her poison skills. Her poisons couldn't be treated by just anyone. She didn't know what was wrong with Grand Concubine Yi and Morong Wanru's brains. They clearly knew Madame Li's poison skills, but didn't pay respects to a great Buddha like her to seek out a poison doctor? It's not even daybreak yet. What does Miss Wanru need me for? Han Yunchi asked despite knowing the answer. Begging for someone's help had to be proper. What did it mean to send a servant girl to find her without saying a word? This servant girl, Chui Ping, was Morong Wanru's trusted aide. Of course she knew what was going on. But Miss Wanru only told her to find someone without saying anything else. It wasn't good for her to act on her own. To reply esteemed Wang Fei, this servant isn't clear. Only Miss Wanru is in a hurry. It must be something important that can't be delayed. The sedan chair is waiting outside, so let's hurry. Chui Ping was very smart. Han Yunchi only smiled. What kind of important matter could she have? Go back and tell her that I have a pile of urgent matters to take care of and can't leave. I'll go over later. Hearing this, Chui Ping grew anxious. Esteemed Wang Fei, Miss must have something urgent. Let's go back to the estate first. Of course, Miss Wanru didn't have anything important, but Grand Concubine did. Last night, esteemed Imperial Concubine had coughed non-stop as soon as she returned home. She'd found no less than 10 poison doctors, but none of them could find any poison. She'd found a few Imperial physicians as well, but all of them insisted that the coughing was caused by poison. It made her so anxious that she wanted to kill someone. Grand Concubine was the one who feared illness the most. Even a small cold was enough to make her temper explode, to say nothing of such a serious matter. All of the poison doctors and Imperial physicians were cursed until they knelt on the ground. Even Miss Wanru wasn't spared. As a matter of fact, Miss Wanru couldn't take it anymore and could only swallow her pride to find esteemed Wang Fei. Fine. You go back first. I'll take care of the matters on hand and catch up afterwards. Is that all right? Han Yunchi asked politely. Chui Ping was, after all, a maidservant. When she heard this tone, she did not dare to say no. She could only hurriedly return. Han Yunchi glanced at the skies. It would be daybreak in another hour. Madame Li had said last night that she wouldn't let Grand Concubine see tomorrow's sun. With the poison in her throat, Grand Concubine should be coughing up blood by now. If Grand Concubine really died, then she could be promoted to the rightful mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate. Even if it was just a title, it was still better than her current life. But she still couldn't harden her heart. Moreover, Grand Concubine might be loathsome, but she wasn't as venomous as Morong Wanru. She only added insult to injury, but Morong Wanru had plotted against her on her own. Besides, she was a doctor. If she didn't save him, she would be no different from a murderer. She lazily stretched her body, got up, and said a few words to Qinxiang before leisurely going out the door. Currently, the Duke of Qin's peony garden was a mess. Grand Concubine, he was coughing up blood, a large mouthful of black blood. Imperial physician, quickly summon the Imperial physician. Hurry! Morong Wanru was so scared that her face had turned white as she shouted in a panic. If Grand Concubine was gone, wouldn't she be chased out the door? The Imperial physician and poison doctor both entered, frightened by the sight as well. The poison doctor quickly took a sample of the poisoned blood for examination while everyone waited anxiously. Even the bad-tempered Grand Concubine was enduring the itch in her throat. She didn't dare to make a sound as she watched. But the poison doctor could only confirm that she'd been poisoned, but couldn't determine the type of poison. Grand Concubine was furious. Since she couldn't grab anything, she grabbed the hairpin on her head and threw it at them. Trash! A bunch of trash! All of you get out for me! Scram! Grand Concubine coughed even more violently in her agitation. Soon enough, she coughed up another mouthful of black blood, her face turning green with fright. Did Han Yunchi come? Did she come? Of course she knew that Han Yunchi was much more formidable than these poison doctors, but she was someone who cared more about face than death. How could she stoop to beg Han Yunchi? But even if she didn't say anything, Morong Wanru should do it in her place. This was a matter of life and death. I did. She's at the Han estate, but she didn't come. Just then, I sent someone to find her. How could sister-in-law be like this? Murong Wanru replied hastily. Murong Wanru really wasn't willing to beg or give Han Yunchi a chance to perform meritorious deeds. She was waiting for Grand Concubine Yi to get angry and order for Han Yunchi to be summoned back by force. But Grand Concubine Yi only glared at her and scolded. Isn't it all because of you? Last night, I was perfectly fine when I let her come back with me. How could I suffer this? You go personally right now. Be more polite when you speak. Grand Concubine Yi had seen Han Yunchi's personality before. She was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. When that girl got stubborn, she might not treat her even if she forced her back. It was almost daybreak. She didn't dare to joke around with her own life. She really regretted that the Duke of Qin had been there last night as well. They'd gone with the flow to get Han Yunchi to treat the poison. Wouldn't everything have been fine then? Murong Wanru was stunned. After all these years, this was the first time Mu Fei had criticized her like this. Mu Fei, I don't know either. Enough. Why aren't you going yet? Are you trying to kill me? Grand Concubine Yi shoved her harshly, scaring Murong Wanru into silence and out the door. Just as Murong Wanru was about to leave, Han Yunchi returned from the back door. She ran straight for the peony courtyard and rushed to Grand Concubine Yi's rooms without announcing her arrival. Mu Fei! Mu Fei! Hearing the voice, Grand Concubine Yi bolted upright on the bed, only to see Han Yunchi run inside in a hurry. Mu Fei, what time is it now? Why hasn't your poison been treated yet? Why didn't you say a word? Wanru is really something. She sent 2 people to find me in a row, acting so mysterious. No matter how I asked, they didn't say anything happened to you. Fortunately, Zhao Mama told me. Aya, how did she do things? What's there to worry about when it's a matter of life and death? She's taking your life as a joke. Han Yunchi complained as she pretended to take Grand Concubine Yi's pulse. Secretly, she'd already activated the detox system to do a deep scan. No matter how strong Madame Li's poison was, it couldn't escape Han Yunchi's advanced technology. Very soon, Han Yunchi had an idea of what was going on. Hearing Han Yunchi's complaint, Grand Concubine Yi's fists clenched. She was already angry that Murong Wanru hadn't gone to find her personally. Who knew that she'd sent someone without telling the truth? Han Yunchi wasn't wrong. This was taking her life as a joke. This girl didn't know what was important. It looked like she'd spoiled her rotten. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi's breathing grow heavier, Han Yunchi's eyes flashed with craftiness. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand and cried out, "Oh no!" Grand Concubine Yi was so frightened that she almost fell off the bed. What's going on? Is there no hope? Mu Fei, you've poisoned her heart and lungs. There's no time. Han Yunchi said anxiously. Grand Concubine Yi only felt her vision darken as she grew dizzy. She grabbed Han Yunchi's hand and cried, "Yunchi, you have to save me. You have to save me. Mu Fei doesn't want to die." Yunchi? If Han Yunchi remembered correctly, this was the first time Grand Concubine Yi had called her so affectionately. When a person was about to die, all airs, face, and grudges were nothing more than fleeting clouds. Mu Fei, we've delayed for too long. If it was a bit earlier, even if it was just a bit, I'd have 100% chance. But now, I can't guarantee anything. Han Yunchi was in a difficult position. Then what do we do? What do we do? Grand Concubine Yi was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. Mu Fei, I'll try to use acupuncture needles to suppress the poison. Have the poison doctor find the medicine right away. I'll definitely do my best. As for whether or not we'll make it in time. Han Yunchi didn't finish, but Grand Concubine Yi didn't dare to listen. She hastened to say, "Hurry, hurry." There was no other way. She didn't want to die. Then Mu Fei, hurry and lie down. I'll do the needles right away. Han Yunchi pretended to be anxious. As soon as Grand Concubine lay down, she took out her needles and carefully searched for acupuncture points on her neck. She even recited the prescription for the poison doctor. She was racing against time and doing her best. No one would suspect that she was faking it. Actually, as long as she used the needles, she could suppress the poison's flare-up and buy at least 3 days of time. But how could she not use this chance to play with Morong Wanru properly? If she wanted to get rid of Morong Wanru under the same roof, she had to win over Grand Concubine Yi's heart. After confirming the prescription, the poison doctor split up to get the medicine and boil it as fast as possible. It was a long time before Han Yunqi finished with the needles. She exhaled and sat down on one side. By now, the eastern skies had already turned the color of a fish's belly. It was almost daybreak. Grand Concubine lay on the bed, her entire body stiff. She didn't dare to move. "Mufei, does your throat still itch?" Han Yunqi asked with concern. "No, it doesn't itch as much." "Yunqi, say, do you think we'll make it in time?" Grand Concubine was very nervous. Han Yunqi deliberately sighed. "If I'd known earlier then," speaking up to hear, she quickly changed the topic to comfort her. "Mufei, the heavens help the worthy. You'll definitely be fine, definitely." Any words of comfort were pale and powerless in the face of life. Grand Concubine Yi's eyes turned red as her mind turned blank. She only hoped that the poison doctor would hurry up and deliver the medicine. She didn't speak, but grabbed Han Yunqi's hand and held it tightly, as if hoping that Han Yunqi could give her some strength. Han Yunqi hesitated before reaching out with her other hand. "Mufei, don't worry. Tell me as soon as your throat itches." Grand Concubine nodded. Her nerves stretched taut as she focused on her throat. The waiting time was so long. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps came from outside. "It's here." Grand Concubine rejoiced. As expected, a poison doctor personally carried in a steaming bowl of medicine. Esteemed Imperial Concubine. This was brewed according to esteemed Wang Fei's prescription. The medicine was here, but her throat hadn't even itched yet. There was still time. She was saved. Grand Concubine was so moved that she sat up on her own. Han Yunqi took the medicine and fed her mouthful by mouthful without stopping until she finished the last mouthful. She exhaled in agitation. "Yunqi, will you be fine after drinking the medicine?" Even the emperor feared death, to say nothing of an old lady like Grand Concubine Yi. Han Yunqi was used to such fears and nodded. "Congratulations, Mufei. Now, there's no need to worry about your life. But it'll take a while for the medicine to take effect. I'll help you take out the needles later." Grand Concubine nodded again and again, her heart finally returning to normal. She leaned back against the pillow and silently exhaled. Han Yunqi quietly took her hand and took her pulse. Grand Concubine calmed down and saw Han Yunqi's serious expression. She couldn't help but reevaluate this girl. Chapter 140. Grand Concubine examined Han Yunqi carefully. This girl's mother was the Empress Dowager's savior, but now she was her savior instead. Was this fate making fools of people? Grand Concubine had spent her entire life in the imperial harem. No matter what, she wasn't someone easy to deal with. Morong Wanru had sent someone to invite Han Yunqi over. Although she didn't say anything, Han Yunqi was smart enough to guess. Even if Morong Wanru went in person, she was still worried that this girl would hold a grudge and give her an inch for a yard. Who knew that she'd come of her own accord as soon as Morong Wanru left? In fact, this girl could have come a little later. She could have even been a little negligent when she was detoxifying the poison. So many poison doctors couldn't detect the poison. If she really died from the poison, this girl wouldn't be at fault. After all, once she died, this girl would become the mistress of the Duke of Qin's estate. But she not only ignored past enmity and came of her own accord, but did her best to treat her. At the very least, she had no ill intentions. Grand concubine sighed with emotion in her heart. Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi, if you hadn't mixed with the Empress Dowager, I wouldn't have been unable to tolerate you. With your brilliant poison skills, you might even be able to give Fei a helping hand. After taking her pulse, Han Yunqi examined her carefully to make sure the poison was fading away. Then she removed the needles from her acupuncture points. Mu Fei truly is blessed by the heavens. The poison's pretty much gone, but there's still some residue that needs acupuncture. Starting tomorrow, Qinxia will come every day to treat Mu Fei with acupuncture. You'll recover after 3 days. During this time, I ask Mu Fei to eat as light a diet as possible and eat more things to moisten your throat, Han Yunqi instructed. Grand concubine, he was naturally happy, but now that her life was no longer in danger, she calmed down and wasn't as agitated as before. She nodded. Very good, very good, Han Yunqi laughed in her heart. Then Mu Fei should rest first. If there's anything, call Qinxia over at any time. Grand concubine, he waved her hand lazily, but after a pause she still spoke. This time it's all thanks to you. Han Yunqi was very surprised. She finally felt a sense of accomplishment from saving someone. She smiled and said, "This is what this concubine should do. This concubine will take her leave." Unexpectedly, she hadn't even stepped out of the door when Morong Wanru suddenly pushed the door open and came in. "Mu Fei, mother, I can't find her." Morong Wanru was dumbfounded at the sight of Han Yunqi. Why was this woman here? She searched everywhere in the Han family, but no one knew where Han Yunqi had gone. She regretted it and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to save her mother's life if she was too late. Who knew that Han Yunqi would actually be here? Wanru, no matter what happens in the future, just say it. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to bear the consequences, Han Yunqi said indifferently as she walked past Morong Wanru and left. Morong Wanru woke up with a start after the door slammed shut, only to see Grand Concubine staring at her with narrowed eyes. "Imperial Mother, are you? This concubine's life was almost ruined by your hands. You still dare to squabble with your sister-in-law over such a serious matter? Who gave you the guts?" Grand Concubine, demanded angrily. Morong Wanru had calculated everything perfectly. If she went to invite her personally, then even if Han Yunqi didn't come, she could have Mu Fei forcefully summon her back. There was still time. How would she know that Han Yunqi would come of her own accord? Mu Fei, I thought she knew. How could she not know what was going on if I went to invite her at that time? Morong Wanru could only defend herself like this. Grand Concubine understood the gravity of the situation here. She grew even angrier. "Enough. Stop trying to explain yourself. You're clearly risking my life. Don't think I can't tell." How could Grand Concubine not know Morong Wanru's true feelings towards Han Yunqi? Grand Concubine could allow her to play tricks on Han Yunqi, but she'd never allow her to play tricks on her. Morong Wanru understood Grand Concubine's temper very well. She knew she had no room to defend herself, but she was too surprised. She never thought that Han Yunqi could catch her off guard in front of her most doting Mu Fei. "Han Yunqi, I, Morong Wanru, won't rest until I get rid of you." She knelt down, delicate and pitiful, and choked with sobs. Daughter was wrong. Daughter was gravely wrong. "Mu Fei, please punish me severely." Grand Concubine's anger wouldn't dissipate so easily. She pointed at the door. "Get out immediately. Shut yourself up and reflect on your mistakes. Without my orders, you're not allowed to leave." Han Yunqi heard this from the door and almost burst into laughter. Fortunately, she held back in time. Satisfied and in a good mood, she left for real. As soon as she reached the hibiscus courtyard, Han Yunqi knew that Long Fei hadn't returned at all. That guy really was heartless. Mu Fei's life was on the line from being poisoned, but he didn't even show his face. She ate breakfast as she asked, "Is Chu Shifeng not here either?" "He went out yesterday afternoon and hasn't come back." Esteemed Wang Fei, The entire estate knows about what happened yesterday. You're so formidable." Zhao Mama smiled as she gave her a thumbs up. Last night's events would cause a sensation for days. It wasn't the first time Han Yunqi had made headlines in the capital, so she didn't care much. But Zhao Mama's words reminded her of Madame Li's words before she died. Everyone knew that Tianning had a Duke of Qin, but not Emperor Tianhui. Everyone knew that Qin Wangfei's poison skills were brilliant, but not that she was an expert in detoxification and poisoning. How much trouble would these words bring to Long Fei? How much trouble would that bring to her? Would Long Fei be able to settle the matter of a traitor in the Han family that implicated the entire family? She didn't know if that fellow was in the palace or at the solitary enclosure right now. She could only wait until he came back to find out the situation. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi lost her appetite. She was exhausted from a sleepless night, so she told Zhao Mama not to disturb her before going upstairs to rest. After being kidnapped, faced with Madame Su's false accusations, and then the matter of the bet, Han Yunqi hadn't had a good night's sleep yet. Although her mind was full of worries, she was still exhausted. She didn't even reach the bed before she fell on it and pretended to be dead. After lying there for a long time, she lazily turned over. Who knew that when she looked up, she would see a pair of enchanting eyes staring at her with a smile on the roof beam. "Ah!" Han Yunqi shrieked as she bolted upright, scared out of her drowsiness. Wasn't this fellow the devilish owner of the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop? "Gu? How did you get in here?" she cried out in alarm. The Duke of Qin's estate was heavily guarded, and this hibiscus courtyard was even more airtight. This fellow had actually snuck in without a sound. Seeing Han Yunqi's reaction, Gu's smile became even more brilliant. He hooked his legs onto the rafters and hung down like a bat. He chuckled at Han Yunqi. "I thought you weren't afraid of anything, but it turns out you're such a coward." Han Yunqi rolled her eyes and asked warily, "What are you doing here?" "Poison, lass. Is this how you treat your savior?" Gu asked seriously. Han Yunqi imitated his serious appearance and asked back, "Where is my savior?" Gu Qishao arrogantly pointed at his chest with his thumb. "Here." Han Yunqi put on a fake smile. "I don't know you." "You!" Gu immediately flipped over and sat beside Han Yunqi. "Hey, no matter what, I risked my life to save you. Are you really going to turn your back on me?" Han Yunqi immediately stood up and put a safe distance between them. She looked at him with disdain. "If you have something to say it quickly. No matter where this evildoer came from, with his dissolute nature and unruly appearance, he must be a bad guy with no bottom line and no integrity. It was best to stay away from him. TSK, his K, heartless lass." Gu looked dejected. "Enough of that. If you had acted earlier, would you have risked your life to save me?" Although Han Yunqi had pleaded for leniency on behalf of the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop, that was just to spite Long Fei. Gu Qishao had saved her for the same reason as Long Fei. They'd both delayed until the very end and ignored her danger to lure out the true culprit behind the scenes. Gu Qishao's martial arts skills were definitely on par with Qingyi's. He could very well have saved her back in the caves. After being exposed by Han Yunqi, Gu stroked a strand of hair behind his ear and slowly smoothed it down. He did not quibble. Han Yunqi raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Her heart was filled with emotions. Why did this guy's smooth movements look even prettier than a woman's? And it did not look awkward at all. Could it be that everything would be beautiful if one was beautiful? Of course. Han Yunqi would not be bewitched by his beauty. She did not hold back. "Why are you looking for me?" Long Fei Yu was already unhappy when she took off her shoes and socks. If he knew that a man had barged into her room, who knew how that conservative iceberg would react? "I have something to do," Gu immediately replied. "Then tell me." Actually, Han Yunqi was still very curious. If he took the risk to barge in here to find her, there must be something. Gu chuckled and got up to approach. Han Yunqi immediately retreated. Stay away from me, or else I'll call for help. This guy was really brilliant when given a little sunshine. Give him an inch, and he would want a mile. Only then did Gu Chishao stop and ask in a low voice, Lass, who taught you your poison skills? Who told you to use goldfish to test for 10,000 snake poison? Last night, Gu was also at the Supreme Court's entrance and saw the entire process of Han Yunqi testing the poison. Not to mention the Li family. Even he did not know that goldfish could test for 10,000 snake poison. Presumably, the masked man behind the Li family did not know either. This lass was really amazing. Who was her master? Where did she learn her poison skills? If Han Yunqi remembered correctly, this guy had asked her the same question back in the cave. He couldn't have chased her all the way here just to ask this question, right? I thought you were here to plead for leniency for the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop. Han Yunqi was surprised. This gentleman can afford to lose a trifling tea shop. Gu smiled confidently. This gentleman is more interested in you and your poison skills. What an evildoer. Han Yunqi actually felt rather sorry for the tea shop. She wanted to find a chance to ask Chu Shifeng how he dealt with Long Fei. But it looked like there was no need for that now. As for her poison skills, a third came from innate talent, a third came from hard work, and the last third came from the help of the detox system. If someone had to ask her who her master was, she could only say that it was the detox system. This formless system contained all sorts of knowledge about poisons from ancient times to modern times. Even now, she was learning as she used it. Of course, this was a secret. Her biggest secret. She would never tell anyone. And who taught you your poison skills? You're the owner of a tea shop, but your poison skills aren't bad either. No wonder Long Fei investigated you. Han Yunqi cleverly changed the topic to Gu. Chapter 141. Upon hearing Han Yunqi's question, Gu licked his lips wickedly but did not answer immediately. Instead, he patiently sat back on the warm couch and even leaned lazily on it, with one hand supporting his head. He looked at Han Yunqi with interest. What did this fellow mean? Han Yunqi leaned against the cupboard at the side with her arms crossed and frowned as she looked at him, who knew that Gu would suddenly blink his bewitching eyes at her. His long eyelashes fluttered, and although he looked innocent and harmless, he was actually charming to the bone. This was really a tempting evildoer. Han Yunqi was stunned for a moment and couldn't take her eyes off him. She was almost bewitched by him. Luckily, her willpower was not bad and she resolutely looked away. She casually picked up a teacup and threw it at Gu. Unfortunately, it was caught by him. What exactly do you want? This rascal. Han Yunqi was about to lose to him. She was so sleepy and really wanted to sleep. Answer my question. You've been a good-for-nothing since young, and the Han family didn't have any poison skills to learn. Your mother, Madame Tianxin, was highly skilled in medicine, but not in poison. When you got on the sedan chair, there were poison scars on your face. When you got off the sedan chair, the scars were already cured. When did you start learning poison skills secretly? You've never left the capital and rarely left the Han family. Who taught you? Upon hearing Gu's words, Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes and gave a cold smile. You've done a thorough investigation. Gu wasn't the least bit modest. Of course, I also know that you. Who knew that before he could finish his sentence, Han Yunqi suddenly shouted loudly, Ah, someone come, there's an assassin! Since she couldn't get an answer from him, she didn't want to waste her precious sleep time with this fellow. Gu didn't expect this and suddenly jumped up. You. Han Yunqi worked even harder. Someone come. Quickly, the assassin is here. Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard from all directions. Gu had put in a lot of effort to get here. He narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. He gave Han Yunqi a thumbs up and exuded a dangerous aura. Aren't you afraid that I'll take you as a hostage? But who knew that Han Yunqi was not afraid at all? She lazily lay down on the warm bed, looking like she was telling him to do as he pleased. She even closed her eyes. She was not afraid of him. If this guy was really dangerous, she would have been in danger long ago. Gu was stunned for a moment and then burst out laughing. This woman was really interesting. He liked it. Even though the footsteps outside were approaching, Gu had no intention of escaping. His figure flashed and silently approached Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi only felt a gust of wind blowing against her face and instinctively opened her eyes. Who knew? Just as Han Yunqi opened her eyes, Gu leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. It was just a touch. It was ticklish and soft. It was lighter than the breath that fell on her face. At this moment, she saw his perfect chin and his Adam's apple. Everything was so close to her. It turned out that this man who was more beautiful than a woman also had such a masculine side. Han Yunqi's eyes widened and every part of her body froze. All that was left was a panicked and frightened heart that couldn't stop thumping wildly. Heavens, this evildoer kissed her. No, he was molesting her. It was just a light peck. Gu retreated and smiled enchantingly. What are you looking at? It's just a mark. This young master has taken a fancy to you. As soon as his voice fell, he didn't wait for Han Yunqi's reply. His figure blurred and he disappeared into thin air. Almost at the same time, 3 guards rushed in and Zhao Mama also rushed over. Seeing esteemed Wang Fei lying on the bed and the room empty, Zhao Mama anxiously said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, where's the assassin? Where's the assassin?" Han Yunqi finally recovered her senses and quickly sat up. "Assassin? Assassin? Where's the assassin?" Zhao Mama was anxious. She was afraid that esteemed Wang Fei would be frightened. "I just dreamed of assassins. There were so many assassins. It was so scary." Han Yunqi lied. With Gu's ability, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up to them. For a moment, the incomparably nervous Zhao Mama and the guards all let down their guard. They didn't know what to say to their master. How could she shout so loudly in her dreams? However, they didn't have any suspicions. After all, the hibiscus courtyard was heavily guarded. Normally, assassins wouldn't be able to enter. Zhao Mama had the guards withdraw and quickly poured a cup of hot tea. "Esteemed Wang Fei, quickly drink some tea to calm your nerves." Han Yunqi indeed needed to calm her nerves. She had really been frightened. Gu, that bastard. Rogue. He actually dared to take liberties with her when she wasn't paying attention. She drank the water while vigorously wiping her forehead. She was at a loss as she pecked her forehead. Was this considered kiss? Was this considered her first kiss gone? "Esteemed Wang Fei, your forehead." What happened? Zhao Mama suspiciously asked. Han Yunqi immediately let go. No, nothing. Gu Qishao, that evil bastard. She decided to put him on her blacklist. He better not come here again. Otherwise, every time she saw him, she would shout. No, every time she saw him, she would poison him. Her body was originally weak, but after being frightened by Gu, Han Yunqi was completely awake. She sat for a long time before sneaking into Long Fei Ye's palace to soak in the hot spring. In the end, her physical strength was limited. After soaking in the hot spring, she laid on the bed while pondering over Gu's background. She unknowingly fell asleep. This sleep could be described as dark. She slept through the afternoon and night, only waking up at noon the next day. When Han Yunqi woke up, she heard all kinds of rumors in the capital. Without exception, they were all related to what happened last night. There weren't many rumors about Madame Li and her daughter, but there were many jokes about Mu Luiwei. Everyone was waiting to see if she would keep her bet. The general's manor sent out news that Mu Luiwei had fallen ill as soon as she returned. She had a high fever and was unconscious. It was such a coincidence that she fell ill at such a critical juncture. As soon as the news came out, the discussions in the capital grew even more intense. Gambling houses big and small even started betting on whether Mu Luiwei would keep her promise, whether Han Yunqi would let Mu Luiwei go, or whether the Duke of Qin would interfere. In any case, there were all kinds of bets. There weren't many discussions about Madame Li and her daughter, nor about Madame Li's last words. It wasn't clear whether someone was leading the discussion, or the matter of the bet was so popular that it covered up everything. Han Yunqi couldn't set her mind at ease until she got a definite answer from Long Fei Yi about the safety of the Han estate. The next night, Han Yunqi had just left Grand Concubine Yi's quarters when she saw that the lights in Long Fei Yi's quarters were still lit. Excited, she immediately went to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Long Fei Yi was lying in a rocking chair, his handsome brows covered in fatigue. One couldn't help but wonder what he'd been up to these past few days. Long Fei Yi knitted his brows and stood up to walk to the desk before opening his mouth. Come in. Han Yunqi pushed open the door and walked all the way to the study. Long Fei Yi picked up a brush to write a memorial without even looking at her. Han Yunqi stood in front of him and asked from the other side of the desk, Madam, Li is Qingyi, right? Long Fei Yi replied mildly. Since Madam Li was Qingyi, she was the leader of these spies. If they caught Madam Li, they'd be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Then what about that green-faced, fanged masked man from that day? Han Yunqi asked again. That masked man was a true master of poisons. If they didn't get rid of him now, there'd be more trouble in the future. Other than Madam Li, no one knows of his existence. Long Fei Yi's tone was still very calm, but Han Yunqi's mind was filled with Madam Li's silent face. She couldn't understand. What kind of ability did that masked man have to make Madam Li so loyal to him? After asking about Madam Li, Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment before asking again. Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop's owner. Did you find out his background? At this moment, Long Fei Yi raised his head and asked coldly, Do you need something from this prince? Han Yunqi didn't know if it was because they were too close or because his eyes were too cold, but she subconsciously took a step back. Couldn't she look for him for nothing? Wasn't she asking about something? Gu flirted with her. All right, this wasn't what she wanted to ask. She'd better get straight to the point. Is the Han family really going to be implicated in the case of the spy? The public version of this matter was that Madam Li and her daughter poisoned the young general. But in reality, Madam Li was the leader of the spies in northern Li country. Her crimes were extremely heinous and harmful, directly threatening Tianning's safety. Since Madam Li came from the Han family had to be responsible. I can't give you a clear answer right now, Long Fei Yi said mildly. Hearing this, Han Yunqi grew agitated. Then what about Ir? You promised me you'd protect him. This was the first time Long Fei Yi had seen Han Yunqi care so much about someone. Was Han Yunqi her weakness? He hated it when this woman had a weakness. The matter of the spy was all within his control. He had great power and was confident that he could protect Han Yunqi, but Madam Li's words that night had angered Emperor Tianhui. Han Yunqi had no idea that not only was the Han family full of suspicions, but she herself had gotten herself into trouble. Those who knew how to treat poisons were the best at poisoning people. How could Emperor Tianhui not have any thoughts about Madam Li's words? Should he promote her in an important position or guard against her elimination? For someone as suspicious as Emperor Tianhui, it was a matter of a single thought. Moreover, Han Yunqi was Long Fei's wife. How could he not have a headache? He'd have to deal with Emperor Tianhui on this matter. Your lordship can't give you a clear answer right now, Long Fei Yi said mildly. What? Han Yunqi was shocked. She leaned forward and shouted, You clearly promised me. He'd promised her before, so she'd taken him to Madam Li's rooms to look for evidence. Why was he saying he wasn't sure now? What did he mean? He couldn't protect Ir? This was the first time someone had dared to speak so loudly to him. Long Fei Yi said sternly, Aren't the Han family and Han Yunqi perfectly fine? Why are you in such a rush? Han Yunqi immediately backed away, unwilling to give up. Then what do you mean by that? It's the literal meaning. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Long Fei Yi was vexed. Seeing this woman so agitated made him even more annoyed. He really didn't know why he wanted to protect her. In any case, she was the woman Emperor Tianhui had given him. If Emperor Tianhui wanted her, he could take her back. What was he worrying about? Han Yunqi didn't expect this at all. How could this guy be like this? She grew angry as well and slapped the table. You promised me, so you have to do it. Long Fei Ye's gaze rested on her hand before slowly moving up to meet her eyes. Very good. This woman had broken another record. Not only did she speak loudly to him, she even slapped the table. Your lordship will say it one last time. You get out. Long Fei Ye's voice was icy. Han Yunqi wasn't afraid at all. She glared at him before flicking her sleeves and leaving. Chapter 142. Han Yunqi angrily left the palace and returned to leisurely Cloud Pavilion. She almost bumped into Zhao Mama, who was walking towards her. Esteemed Wang Fei, what happened to you? Zhao Mama asked with concern. Of course. She knew that esteemed Wang Fei had just returned from His Highness's place. Han Yunqi had a belly full of anger and wanted to go upstairs without saying anything. Zhao Mama hurriedly stopped her. Esteemed Wang Fei, there's a letter for you. At this time, Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks. Letter? Who would write to her? In this world, she didn't seem to have any friends who wrote to her. Esteemed Wang Fei, which friend wrote to you? Zhao Mama asked curiously. This letter was delivered by a child, and there was only 5 words on the envelope. To Qin Wang Fei. There was no other information. Zhao Mama was a very curious old lady, but in the end, she didn't have the guts to open it privately. Seeing Zhao Mama's curiosity, Han Yunqi casually snatched the envelope and went upstairs without saying a word. Who wrote to her? Han Yunqi was very curious. Who knew that when she opened it, she would find that it was from Gu Beiyue. He wanted to meet her at Ming Xiang Tea House tomorrow afternoon. That fellow should have left the palace. With that fellow's personality, if it wasn't for business, he would definitely use this method to ask her out. Only, did he want to meet her for a private matter? All right, she would know when she went tomorrow. At this time, Han Yunqi didn't have the heart to think too much. She walked to the window and looked at the brightly lit palace. Her heart felt stifled again. That hateful Long Fei, why was he so fierce? She waited for him for 3 days and was met with a fierce response. He had clearly promised her, so couldn't she ask a few more questions to clarify things? Now that the Han family was indeed doing well, he had better ensure that the Han family would continue to do well. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would return the fierce response. That night, Han Yunqi was destined to lose sleep. The next day, she woke up at dawn and sat in the courtyard to make tea. Not long after, she saw Long Fei about to leave. Cough, cough. She deliberately coughed a few times. Long Fei, you really stopped and turned around to look at her. Your Highness, would you like to have a cup of tea? She asked calmly, as if nothing had happened last night. However, Long Fei refused without thinking. No need. After saying that, he put on his cloak and hurried out, as if he had something urgent to attend to. Han Yunqi still maintained a leisurely expression. However, as soon as Long Fei's back disappeared, her eyes slowly narrowed. This guy, she had already taken the initiative to give in. What else did this fellow want? Couldn't he just sit down and have a good talk with her? If the Han family's matter was really difficult to deal with, she could understand and think of a solution together, right? She already knew about the spy, so what else was there to hide from her? If he left in a hurry, would it still be because of the spy case? Han Yunqi had always been a strong-willed person. Perhaps Long Fei was the only one who could anger her. While she was huffing and puffing, she saw Chu Shifeng pass by. Han Yunqi immediately called out, Chu Shifeng, come here. Chu Shifeng immediately appeared in front of her. Esteemed Wang Fei, what orders do you have? Has His Highness been at the solitary enclosure or the palace these days? How's the progress on the spy case? Han Yunqi asked seriously. Chu Shifeng found himself in a difficult position. Although he was His Highness Duke of Qin's personal guard, he didn't know everything about the man. Moreover, even if he did, he couldn't speak carelessly. Keeping one's mouth shut was the most important profession for a servant. To reply, esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate isn't clear. Chu Shifeng replied seriously. Still at the solitary enclosure? Did Han Ruoxue do the same? I don't think she knows anything about the poisoning, Han Yunqi asked next. Esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate really doesn't know. How about you ask His Highness when he comes back? This subordinate still has... Chu Shifeng wanted to slip away, but Han Yunqi said lazily, Could His Highness have gone to see the Emperor? I was planning to go to the palace as well, so I might as well go take a look. Chu Shifeng stopped at her words, his expression flustered. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness won't enter the palace today. It's better if you don't go. So he's at the solitary enclosure then. Han Yunqi pressed on. Chu Shifeng averted his gaze and hastily made up an excuse. Esteemed Wang Fei, today's the end of the bet. Aren't you going to pay attention to the situation at the general's estate? Did she need Chu Shifeng to remind her? Of course Han Yunqi knew what day it was. You still haven't answered my question, Han Yunqi pressed on. Esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate really doesn't know a thing. Chu Shifeng couldn't take it anymore and disappeared before he finished. Han Yunqi knew that Chu Shifeng's mouth was tight, but she wasn't asking for any shameful secrets. Was there a need to be so secretive? Han Yunqi felt that something was off, but she couldn't figure it out. After breakfast, she rested a bit before leaving the house. As she passed by the general's estate, she saw a crowd of people crowding around the gates. There were 3 rings of people inside and outside, all of them talking and making a racket. The gates to the general's estate were shut tight. Even the side door was shut. Han Yunqi sucked in a cold breath. Although she knew that Mu Luiwa would be the center of attention today, it shouldn't be like this. However, on second thought, with Mu Luiwa's spoiled and arrogant temperament, she should have offended quite a few people. There were plenty of people who'd hit her while she was down. There must have been someone who'd take advantage of this opportunity to fan the flames and hit her while she was down. This matter had caused such a huge commotion that people had gathered at the entrance. Would Mu Luiwa come out? Was the great general really going to shield Mu Luiwa like this? Han Yunqi was filled with anticipation. She paused briefly before turning to leave. She didn't notice that a sedan chair was parked on the other side of the crowd. Princess Chongping, who hadn't shown her face for a long time, was sitting inside. As soon as Princess Chongping received Mu Luiwa's letter, she'd rushed to the capital. Unfortunately, the journey was too long and she'd only gotten back this morning. Originally, she'd planned to deal with Han Yunqi with Mu Luiwa, but who knew that Mu Luiwa had actually lost? At this moment, she lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the commotion in front of her, her expression uncertain. She and Mu Luiwa had played together since childhood and could be said to be best friends among best friends. How could she allow Mu Luiwa to be bullied like this? Moreover, the one bullying Mu Luiwa wasn't just anyone. It was Han Yunqi, the person she hated the most. Princess Miss Luiwa is too pitiful. Madame Li is a member of the Han family. So perhaps Han Yunqi already knew. That's why she purposely made a bet with Miss Luiwa. Servant Shuanghong guessed in a low voice. She'd received many benefits from Mu Luiwa and naturally had to speak up for her. Haha, Luiwa, that idiot, was set up. I don't know how the justice courts investigated this case, but in this princess's opinion, the Han family, including Han Yunqi, are all suspects. Princess Chongping said angrily. Shuanghong was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Princess, today is the last day of the bet. If Qin Wang Fei is suspicious, then can't we postpone the bet? Shuanghong's words woke her up. Princess Chongping hurriedly had the carriage driver turn around and rush back to the palace. She wanted to beg her mother, If it didn't work, then she'd go directly to her imperial father to plead. Perhaps there was still hope for this matter. Princess Chongping returned to the palace as quickly as possible and headed straight for the Empress. Imperial Mother, you must help Liyue. Moreover, if Han Yunqi really is suspicious, we can't let her off so easily. This is a good opportunity. Imperial Mother, this is our chance for revenge. Did you hear me? Princess Chongping was simply a spoiled child. She tugged on the Empress's sleeve without any decorum. Enough! She's your big brother's savior, the Empress said unhappily. Of course Princess Chongping knew this, but she didn't take it to heart. As she saw it, Han Yunqi being able to save her big brother crown prince was Han Yunqi's honor. After all, her big brother was going to be Tianning's emperor in the future. Mother, don't tell me you really think of her as your savior. If Han Yunqi could be used by the Empress Dowager, then the Empress would naturally treat her as her savior. But last time, the Empress Dowager had thrown out an olive branch, but Han Yunqi hadn't taken it seriously. Now the Empress Dowager was still holding a wait-and-see attitude towards that girl, so it wasn't good for her to make a move. Chongping was someone who couldn't keep a secret. Naturally, the Empress wouldn't tell her that the Empress Dowager wanted to rope in Han Yunqi. Chongping, the imperial harem, doesn't involve itself in politics. Madame Li's case isn't something you and I can criticize, so don't get involved. Also, Mu Liyue, that girl is a busybody. Don't mix with her. The Empress warned seriously. How could Princess Chongping listen? She stamped her foot and ran off. She was going to find Imperial Father. Unexpectedly, Princess Chongping was stopped by Eunuch Shui as soon as she reached the Imperial study. Princess, His Majesty is currently receiving a guest. If there's anything, come back another day. It'll be too late if I come another day. Out of the way. Even the Crown Prince had to respect Eunuch Shui. But Princess Chongping was very arrogant. Eunuch Shui was used to it, but still stopped her and said in a low voice, Princess, that's an honored guest from Western Zhou. Eunuch Shui lowered his voice even further. Western Zhou's. Crown Prince He. Princess Chongping was startled by these words and blurted out, his little sister came too? For the sake of the marriage? Tianning and Western Zhou were allied by marriage. Generations of marriage alliances had always happened, but in the past it was always Tianning's princess or Junju who married off to the distant Western Zhou. Princess Chongping heard that this time Western Zhou's princess Rongla wanted to marry into Tianning, but it wasn't clear who the bride would be. This Princess Rongla was extraordinary. She was of noble birth as the daughter of Western Zhou's empress and the crown prince's younger sister. Moreover, she was as beautiful as a flower and excelled in both civil and martial arts. She was known as the only woman in Cloud Realm continent who excelled in all three aspects. Currently, there were 2 guesses in the imperial court. Some guessed that Princess Rongla would marry Crown Prince Long Tianma and become Tianning's next empress. Others guessed that she would marry her senior martial brother from the same sect, His Highness Duke of Qin. The Duke of Qin's estate would then have 2 official consorts. No matter who this princess married, it would push Western Zhou and Tianning's cooperation to the next level. Of course, Princess Chongping wanted nothing more than for Duanmu Yao to marry Imperial Uncle Qin immediately. That way, Han Yunqi's days would be difficult. Becoming the Duke of Qin's official consort with such an outstanding woman required more than just courage. Princess Rongla came as well. His Highness Duke of Qin should be accompanying her right now. As for whether she came for the marriage, this old servant isn't sure, Eunuch Shui said with a smile. Imperial Uncle Qin is accompanying her? Princess Chongping was astonished. Ever since she was young, she'd never heard of Imperial Uncle Qin accompanying any woman. Eunuch Shui nodded his head mysteriously. He'd been wondering about this all this time as well. Yesterday, His Highness Duke of Qin and the Emperor had been talking behind closed doors about Madame Li's case, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. who knew that Princess Rongla would be taken away by the Duke of Qin after coming to see the Emperor today. As he saw it, the Duke of Qin and Princess Rongla had a chance. Chapter 143. Seeing eunuch Xue's mysterious expression, Princess Chongping was secretly delighted. There's a chance. Eunuch Xue smiled but didn't say anything. Princess Chongping was even more certain and was overjoyed. Compared to Mu Liuyue's bet, she was much more interested in Rongla's matter. Of course, since her best friend was in trouble, she still had to help. Moreover, her best friend was her beloved's younger sister. Eunuch Xue, I must see Imperial Father today. Please help me think of a way, Princess Chongping said anxiously. One had to know that regardless of whether Mu Liuyue acted shamelessly and didn't fulfill the bet or took off her clothes to run around the streets, after today it would be too late. Mu Liuyue's reputation would definitely be ruined. Who knew that just as eunuch Xue was in a difficult position, Shuang Hong ran over with a flustered expression. She whispered something into Princess Chongping's ear, causing the princess's expression to change greatly. Ah! With a loud cry, she turned and ran away, not bothering to say anything more to eunuch Xue. Shuang Hong said the general's residence was open. Someone stood out. It was none other than Mu Liuyue's older brother, young General Mu Qinggu. When Princess Chongping rushed to the general's residence, the entire place was surrounded by spectators. Mu Qinggu was standing at the entrance, preparing to take off his outer robes. He had just explained to everyone that Mu Liuyue had fallen ill ever since she came back that day, so she couldn't fulfill the bet. Since the deadline was up, he would replace Mu Liuyue and take off her clothes to run around the streets. Even if he was a grown man, standing at the entrance and taking off his clothes in front of so many people was a very humiliating matter. The crowd exploded into discussion, with many people protesting loudly. Mu Liuyue, come out. Come out. A girl who doesn't keep her word. What qualifications does she have to be the general's daughter? Mu Liuyue must be faking her illness. Why should she let someone else replace her? That doesn't count. Great general, there's no joking in the military. Could it be that you're going to indulge your daughter like this? This is too fake. If you don't believe what you say, then don't bet if you can't afford it. Gradually, Mu Qinggu became the target of the protests. Young general, don't run. It doesn't count even if you run. Young general, don't take it off. If you take it off, no one will look. Young general, a person like your sister is not worth it for you to do this. Wake up. When Princess Chongping heard these words and saw Qinggu Gij, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, her heart ached so much that she almost couldn't breathe. She stood far away, tears streaming down her face. She truly hated Han Yunqi. It was all Han Yunqi's fault. Without Han Yunqi, there wouldn't have been that bet, and Qinggu Gij wouldn't have ended up like this. At this moment, Han Yunqi was also in the crowd. Her brows were tightly knitted, and she silently bit her lip. She had guessed that Mu Liuyue would continue faking her illness, but she hadn't expected Mu Qinggu to replace Mu Liuyue to fulfill the bet. There was no need to mention Mu Liuyue's nature. In fact, regardless of whether she ran or not, her reputation was already ruined. Now, based on Mu Qinggu's integrity, perhaps it was time for the bet to come to an end. Han Yunqi was about to go forward when Princess Chongping suddenly rushed out from the crowd and hugged Mu Qinggu's arm. Qinggu Gij, I won't allow you to do this. You won't. You won't. Chongping was back. Han Yunqi was very surprised and stepped back. Mu Qinggu was also very surprised, but he quickly pushed Princess Chongping's arm away. In a low voice he said, Princess, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Princess Chongping wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, but she was afraid of Mu Qinggu. She didn't listen to anyone but Mu Qinggu. She didn't dare to move, but looked tearfully at Mu Qinggu. I won't allow you to do this. I won't allow it. Princess Chongping's appearance caused the entire crowd to quiet down. A complicated look flashed through Mu Qingwu's eyes. He lowered his voice and said very seriously, "Princess, everyone is watching. Don't cause trouble." "I'm not causing trouble. Madame Li is a member of the Han family." Maybe Han Yunqi, however, before Princess Chongping could finish her words, Mu Qingwu's gaze suddenly became sharp, scaring her into laughing more and more. She didn't even dare to continue. She had never seen Qingwu Gij so fierce before. It was as if she had committed an unforgivable mistake. "Let's end the bet here. If we continue, the matter of the traitor will be exposed. The impact will be even greater, and the Duke of Qin and the Emperor will be even more difficult to deal with." Now that everyone was watching, Mu Qingwu had no choice but to be serious. Seeing Princess Chongping shut up, Mu Qingwu raised his head and looked forward. His gaze was bright and open. "Everyone, please see clearly. The people of my general's residence will do it." After he finished speaking, he unbuttoned his shirt and took off his outer robes without hesitation. He was wearing a white robe and black boots. His tall and thin figure, standing in a strong military posture, gave people a feeling of openness and uprightness. For a moment, all the mocking and taunting voices, all the questioning and mocking gazes turned into reverence. Mu Qingwu, a true man. Princess Chongping covered her mouth as she stared blankly. At this moment, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. But besides her heartache, she also felt an inexplicable sense of pride. She was even more determined to marry no one but Mu Qingwu in this lifetime. Han Yunqi watched silently. She knew that there was no longer any need for her to step out and stop them. No one would be able to stop them. Mu Qingwu walked down the steps step by step as the crowd parted to make a path for him. As soon as Mu Qingwu walked down the last step, he immediately broke into a run. He passed through the throng of people and ran into Xuanwu Street. Along the way, there were countless commoners on both sides of the street. Everyone stopped to watch this scene, and quite a few even chased after Mu Qingwu's footsteps. In an instant, the entire streets of Tianning's capital were empty. From that day onwards, Mu Qingwu became a man revered by everyone. It was also from that day onwards that Mu Liuyue's reputation took a nosedive. Many daughters of influential families no longer had any dealings with her. Of course, this was a story for another day. Han Yunqi blended into the crowd and chased after Mu Qingwu. But as she chased after him, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She had clearly seen a very familiar figure in the window of a tea house by the side of the road. Long Fei Yi. Although he was dressed in a low-key manner, Han Yunqi still recognized him at a glance. It was him, that's right. So this fellow was here. She had foolishly assumed that he was either at the solitary enclosure or in the palace, busy with the matter of the traitor. Who knew that he had so much free time that he'd run over to a tea house to drink tea? Actually, the matter of the traitor had nothing to do with her. Even if Long Fei Yi stopped investigating the masked man, she didn't care. She only cared about the Han clan's crimes. This fellow still couldn't give her a satisfactory answer, so he was in the mood for leisure. Wasn't he going too far? Han Yunqi looked carefully and discovered that Long Fei Yi seemed to be talking. Could it be that there was someone across from him? The window of the private room was on the second floor, so Han Yunqi could barely see Long Fei Yi from where she was standing. She immediately climbed to the second floor of the tea house behind her to confirm that there was someone across from Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, she couldn't see who was across from Long Fei Yi no matter how many windows she tried. Who could it be? Someone who could drink tea with Long Fei Yi couldn't be a simple person. Could it be an important guest? But if it was an important guest, why would he be in a tea house on the main street? Han Yunqi became more and more suspicious. In the end, she decided to go to the tea house across the street to take a look. But just as she was about to leave, Long Fei Yi stood up. They were about to leave. Han Yunqi became nervous. She leaned on the windowsill and didn't move. When she saw Long Fei Yi disappear from the window, her gaze immediately shifted to the entrance of the tea house downstairs. She held her breath and waited. After a while, Long Fei Yi walked out, and behind him was Han Yunqi's eyes widened. She suddenly raised her hand and covered her mouth. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. It was too unbelievable, too unexpected. Long Fei Ye's important guest was actually her, Duanmu Yao, Western Zhou's Princess Ronla Duanmu Yao. So Long Fei Yi was drinking tea and strolling through the streets with a beauty? Was that why Long Fei had been too busy to deal with the Han clan's accusations over the past few days to give her a definite answer? That's why Chu Shifeng was so hesitant to speak when I interrogated him this morning. Was he too afraid to speak? After they left the tea house, Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao walked side by side. It was obvious that Duanmu Yao had dressed herself up very carefully. Her face was wreathed in spring breeze as she spoke with a smile. It seemed like she and Long Fei Yi were discussing Mu Qingwu's run through the streets. Long Fei Yi wasn't as cold as usual, but kept responding to her. The two of them walked along the side of the street. Han Yunqi was both shocked and furious. Without a second thought, she rushed down the stairs and shoved aside a few people blocking her way to chase after them. But for some reason, she stopped in her tracks. Her thoughts were unclear, but she suddenly darted into a small alley on the side, then returned to Xuanwu Street through the alley in front of Long Fei's group. She stopped and took a deep breath before standing there, waiting for them to catch up. Actually, if you asked Han Yunqi what she was doing, she wouldn't be able to answer. She didn't even think before she did as she was told. Although Mu Qingwu had just run past them, the streets were still crowded with people. Occasionally, they bumped into each other, but Han Yunqi didn't care. She stood there stubbornly. Finally, she saw Long Fei Ye's group walking towards her, getting closer and closer. Finally, they were just a step away from each other. Of course, Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao saw her too. However, Long Fei Ye's gaze only lingered on her face for a second before he looked away. He walked past her expressionlessly, like a passerby. At this moment, Han Yunqi felt as though her heart had been struck by something. She was caught off guard and didn't know what was wrong with her. Duanmu Yao was surprised to see Han Yunqi by chance, but when she saw that Long Fei Yi didn't greet her, she felt smug. She lifted her chin high and shot Han Yunqi a provocative look. As she strode past her, she deliberately bumped into her. Duanmu Yao was a martial arts practitioner. How much force did she use? Han Yunqi lost her footing and stumbled. She fell, startling the people around her. "Miss, are you all right?" "Miss, get up quickly. Are you all right?" Hearing the commotion behind him, Long Fei Yi paused for a moment. However, he quickly continued walking. Duanmu Yao hurried after him and complained, "Senior brother, slow down. There are too many people. I'll get lost." Long Fei Yi didn't reply, nor did he slow down. However, Duanmu Yao was still smiling like a flower. She was in a good mood and tried her best to keep up with him. Senior brother had promised to accompany her the whole day as a good host. She didn't dare ask for anything more. Han Yunqi was helped up by a kind-hearted passerby. She looked at the departing figure with a heavy heart. She clenched her fists until they hurt. "Long Fei Yi, what's your relationship with Duanmu Yao?" Chapter 144. Han Yunqi stood there in a daze. No matter how the passers-by asked, she didn't respond, until the familiar figure in front of her disappeared. She finally regained her senses from her own world. At this moment, the passers-by had all dispersed. However, even though she had regained her senses, her heart still felt stifled and uncomfortable. Between Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao, between senior brother and junior sister, could it be that there was really something going on? Otherwise, why would that fellow who never gave anyone an exception put down his status and accompany Duanmu Yao shopping? This was too unlike his style. When they were fighting against the poisonous python, Long Fei was so anxious to protect Duanmu Yao's life. However, when they were in the Medicine Ghost Valley, Long Fei Yi didn't show any favoritism. Instead, he was more biased towards her. However, the reason why he was biased towards her back then was because they had the same goal, which was the life-blood pill. If he didn't shoulder the Emperor's order back then, would he still stand on her side? As Han Yunqi thought and thought, she started to laugh. She laughed lightly at herself. What was wrong with her? She was only Long Fei Ye's princess consort in name. What did the relationship between him and his junior sister have to do with her? Senior brother and junior sister were originally in love with each other. What was so strange about it? Thinking of this, Han Yunqi took a deep breath to calm herself down. She even tried her best to pull up the corners of her mouth, revealing an open-minded smile. She maintained her smile and suddenly turned around. She wasn't going to walk in the same direction as them. Who knew that when she turned around, her movement was too big and she directly bumped into the person behind her. Han Yunqi was about to apologize when Who knew that the person fiercely pushed her. Are you looking for death? How dare you bump into this young master? Han Yunqi focused and saw that the other party was a rich family's eldest young master. His figure was bloated and there was a folding fan at the back of his head. He looked like a silk pants. Seeing Han Yunqi's appearance, the fat young master had evil intentions. Coldly he said, "What are you looking at? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see that there's someone behind you? Do you think that everyone is like you with eyes on the back of their head?" Han Yunqi was still smiling. "Io, this little girl's mouth is quite sharp." As the fat young master spoke, he took off his folding fan and reached out to Han Yunqi's chin. But Who knew that before he could touch her, Han Yunqi raised her hand and opened the folding fan. Just as she raised her hand, she sprinkled something on the fat young master's face. The fat young master smelled a delicate fragrance and subconsciously sniffed hard. Who would have thought that, after smelling it, he would actually start laughing foolishly? He stood where he was and started taking off his clothes. At this time, the smile on Han Yunqi's face finally disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy face. She didn't even look at the fat young master and turned to leave. She was full of anger. Didn't this blind thing see that she was in a bad mood? He actually dared to provoke her at this time. He was simply courting death. Well, she admitted she was in a terrible mood. With her back to the Long Fei Ye's direction, Han Yunqi wandered aimlessly on the street. It wasn't until the evening when she heard the drums from the Hugua temple in the distance that she remembered something important. She had an appointment with Gu Beiwet in the afternoon. It was 4.5 hours before the appointed time. Han Yunqi didn't think much and directly rushed to the Ming Xiang tea house. As soon as she entered the private room, she saw that Gu Beiwet was still waiting for her. She immediately apologized. "I'm sorry I'm late." However, Gu Beiwet not only didn't blame her, but also quickly poured a cup of water for her. "It's this one's honor that the princess consort can come. Drink a cup of water first. There's no hurry." No hurry. She was late for so long, but this guy still said there was no hurry. His temper was too good. Even if there was a difference in status, she really couldn't see the slightest bit of complaint from his gentle eyes. Every time she saw his gentle eyes, Han Yunqi always thought, "I wonder what kind of girl in this world would have such good fortune to be able to marry this guy." Han Yunqi drank a few mouthfuls of water and quickly discovered that Gu Beiyue's complexion wasn't right. Although she was a poison doctor, she was still a doctor. Looking at Gu Beiyue's complexion, it seemed like he was seriously ill and had just recovered a little. He really needed to recuperate. "Gu Beiyue, what happened to you?" Han Yunqi was anxious and directly called out his name. "I was too tired a few days ago. When I left the palace, I caught a cold and became seriously ill." Gu Beiyue lightly replied, "A cold?" Han Yunqi was suspicious. Although doctors didn't treat themselves, but for a common illness like a cold, how could it be difficult for Gu Beiyue? Moreover, based on his complexion, It was clear that something was wrong. This guy wouldn't be hiding something, right? Han Yunqi was suspicious in her heart. She indicated for Gu Beiwa to reach out and take his pulse. Let me take a look. Many thanks for Princess Consort's concern. It's just a cold, it's not a big deal. Gu Beiwa politely declined. Hand, let me take a look. Han Yunqi was very serious. Gu Beiwa had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and place his arm on the table. Han Yunqi, seriously, took his pulse and her beautiful brows tightly knit together. His pulse was very, very weak. It even seemed like his vitality had been greatly damaged. But it was just as Gu Beiwa said. The cold had entered his body and there were no other signs of his pulse. Strange, Han Yunqi seriously looked at him again. This kind of weak appearance was more like the state after being poisoned. Imperial physician Gu, a cold can make you this weak? Isn't the foundation of your body a little too weak? Han Yunqi asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Gu Beiwa only nodded. This official has been a pot of medicine since childhood. My body can be considered healthy now, but it was common for me to get seriously ill every 2 or 3 days when I was younger. A few days ago, I served His Majesty in the palace and didn't rest or sleep for days on end. As soon as this cold entered my body, I fell ill like a collapsing mountain. He was actually a pot of medicine. Han Yunqi was very surprised. She never expected Tianing country's chief imperial physician to be so sickly. If Gu Beiwa didn't say anything, who would have known? Could it be that you fell ill when you were young? Han Yunqi asked. Gu Beiwa's eyes flashed with bitterness before he said mildly, I heard grandfather say that I was born prematurely and was forced to use medicine to keep me alive. Now Han Yunqi was even more shocked but also relieved. No wonder. In ancient times, premature babies had a very small chance of survival. Fortunately, this fellow had reincarnated right and had a divine Dr. Grandfather. Otherwise, even if they had medicine, they wouldn't know how to raise him. Han Yunqi only knew that Gu Beiwa's grandfather had brought him from the medical academy to Tianing's capital. As for his parents, she didn't know. Of course, she wasn't curious enough to ask about their origins. She teased with a smile. Looks like you'll have to ask His Majesty to reduce your workload. Gu Beiwa smiled faintly. Even though his face was pale, his smile was as warm as an April spring breeze. Esteemed Wang Fei, the matter you asked this one to look into last time, how is it? Han Yunqi grew excited. So this was the reason why this fellow had asked her to come here. She'd asked him to investigate how Han Kongan had become a director of Cloud Realm Medical Academy in the past. She wanted to find out if Lady Tianxin had any connections with the medical academy. Seeing Han Yunqi so agitated, Gu Beiwa hesitated a little before continuing. Esteemed Wang Fei, I'm very sorry. Cloud Realm Medical Academy's directors have all heard of Lady Tianxin, but they don't know her. Han Yunqi was stunned by his words. Lady Tianxin's name had spread throughout Tianing's capital in the past. She'd even agreed to let Han Kongan become a director of Cloud Realm Medical Academy. She'd assumed that Lady Tianxin had excellent connections within the academy. Who knew things would turn out like this? A director was considered a mid-level position in the medical academy. Above that were many important people with important positions. Perhaps they'd know Lady Tianxin, who had the confidence to make Han Kongan a director. If she was looking for connections, she'd have to find someone above that, right? Then do the Council of Elders and the Academy head know my mother? Han Yunqi asked anxiously. Gu Beiwa laughed at her words. Esteemed Wang Fei, this one can only find out this much. When my grandfather was still alive, he'd only seen the Medical Academy's elders a few times. Esteemed Wang Fei, perhaps Lady Tianxin really has nothing to do with the Medical Academy. With Lady Tianxin's power, it wouldn't be hard for her to support Han Kongan. Han Kongan's medical skills were indeed worthy of a director position in the past. Gu Beiwa analyzed objectively. All right, Han Yunqi knew she'd been impulsive, but this was the only clue to Lady Tianxin's identity. She was impatient. After drinking a few cups of tea in silence, Han Yunchi stopped making things difficult for Gu Beiwa. After all, this matter couldn't be rushed. She asked offhandedly, "You invited me here just for this?" "There's one more thing." Gu Beiwa was a little embarrassed. Han Yunchi knew that her intuition wouldn't be wrong. This guy had invited her in private, so there must be something else. "There's no one else here. Speak." She smiled faintly. Gu Beiwa's smile was extremely bashful and especially cute. Even though he was bashful, he was serious. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one heard about your bet with Miss Luiwa. So, I'm curious how you knew to use goldfish to test for the 10,000 snake poison?" The spectators that day didn't know, but Gu Beiwa was a doctor. He knew, and because he knew, he could tell that something was amiss. To be exact, there were two ways to test for poison. One was to test for poison, and the other was to test for poison. Testing for poison was the job of a poison master. Through smelling, tasting, and even reacting with other poisons, normal people wouldn't be able to understand the principles behind it. Testing for poison, on the other hand, was to use poison testing stones or people to test for poison. This was for amateurs to see. The 10,000 snake poison was very special, and the dosage in the tea leaves was very small. How did this woman know to test it with goldfish? Han Yunchi smiled when she heard this. Not long ago, Gu had also made a special trip to the Duke of Qin's residence to ask her this question. Even though Gu Beiwa didn't know much about poisons, he was still worthy of being called a godly doctor. Towards Gu Beiwa, Han Yunchi inexplicably let down her guard. She answered generously, "I once saw it in an ancient book. Fortunately, I remembered it." "Is it an ancient book left behind by Madame Tianqin?" Gu Beiwa pursued. All right." She used Madame Tianqin as a shield to block all those who doubted her, so she might as well use it all the way. "Yes, it was left behind by my mother. It seems that Madame Tianqin was also a poison master." Gu Beiwa said seriously, "To tell a lie, one could only use countless lies to cover it up." Han Yunchi's mouth twitched, and she continued to nod. "I think so. It's just that she didn't have the chance to show it." Han Yunchi didn't want to continue this topic. She rubbed her stomach and smiled. "I'm late today. Let me treat you to a meal." Gu Beiwa wanted to reject immediately, but Han Yunchi was faster than him. She shouted, "Waiter, waiter, bring the menu over." The waiter quickly opened the door and came in. Gu Beiwa couldn't reject him. Mingxiang Tea House had a wide variety of snacks that could be eaten as a main meal. This was Han Yunchi's first time eating outside. She ordered a lot of snacks in one go. Gu Beiwa looked at her. His eyes flashed with affection, but he didn't interfere. Soon, the dishes were delivered. However, the person who delivered the dishes shocked Han Yunchi so much that she almost fell off her chair. Who was it? Chapter 145. The one who delivered the food was no one else but the one who had teased Han Yunchi a few days ago, Gu. He was still dressed in an incomparably high-profile and luxurious floor-length red robe. Even if he was carrying a plate of dishes, he still gave off a feeling of absolute beauty, nobility, and magnificence. His long and narrow black eyes were evil and hedonistic, bewitching, and he always had a smile that was not a smile, as if he had never known what worry was. Han Yunchi suddenly stood up and slapped the table. "Why is it you?" Gu revealed a very happy smile. "It's rare for the Princess Consort to come to this small store. This small store is truly honored. As the owner, this one naturally has to personally serve you." He walked over and elegantly placed down the plates of food, ignoring Han Yunchi's shock. "Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. Tender Fragrance Tea House." This fellow was rich and had properties all over the world. Why didn't she think of this? He really was a ghost that wouldn't go away. With Gu Beiwa here, Han Yunchi didn't want to waste time talking to this fellow. She calmly sat down and naturally accepted the service of this great owner. A complicated look flashed in Gu Beiwa's eyes, but he was very tactful and didn't say anything. When Gu placed down the last plate of food, Han Yunqi arrogantly and elegantly waved her hand. "There's nothing else for you to do, so you can leave." Gu Qishao smiled as he purposely walked around Gu Beiwa to Han Yunqi's side. Putting on the air of a professional, he said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you've ordered all of the shop's signature snacks. Every single one of them has been thoroughly researched from the selection of ingredients, preparation, and processing. Take your time to taste, and I'll explain everything to you." As he spoke, he took the initiative to pick up a piece of osmanthus cake and placed it in Han Yunqi's plate. Han Yunqi looked at it and then slowly picked up the plate and poured it away. "Do you believe that if you don't leave, this princess will close your store?" Who would have thought that Gu would not be angry? He elegantly lifted his robe and sat down. "Of course I believe. If the princess consort likes this one's things, then they will all be yours." TSK, TSK. What a master at using flowery words. Han Yunqi put on a fake smile and suddenly raised her hand to sprinkle poisonous powder on Gu's face. However, Gu deliberately took a deep breath and disapproved of her poison. Well, this little trick of poisoning might be effective on the street hooligans, but it was completely ineffective on Gu, a shrewd hooligan. Han Yunqi once again recalled what Madame Li had said before she died. Those who were good at detoxification were even better at poisoning. Those words were simply framing her. She was really not good at poisoning, especially when it was invisible. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes, looking dangerous. Seeing her like this, Gu liked her more and more. In fact, he just happened to pass by and saw Han Yunqi by chance. He didn't really want to pester her. He was not an idle person. All right. Poison, lass. Just treat me to a meal as repayment for saving your life." Gu Qishao turned serious. However, when this guy was serious, he was still not serious no matter how one looked at him. Is it so easy to repay your life-saving grace? Just a meal and we'll be done with it? Han Yunqi couldn't wait to get rid of this guy. Gu pondered for a long time before he said with a serious face, "If you want to repay me with your body, that's also possible." As soon as his voice fell, Han Yunqi raised her hand to slap him. At the same time, Gu Beiwa fiercely slammed the table. "Impudent!" Gu grabbed Han Yunqi's hand. His narrow eyes slightly narrowed as he arrogantly glanced at Gu Beiwa. Gu Beiwa's killing intent surged. This guy looked like he was all smiles, but he was not simple at all. In a moment, the atmosphere became tense. However, Gu Beiwa was not afraid. He stood up and said in a cold voice, "This young master, please let go of the princess consort's hand immediately." Han Yunqi did not expect that the gentle Gu Beiwa would have such a fierce side. She recovered her senses and suddenly broke free from Gu's hand. She also stood up. "Imperial physician Gu, let's go." Han Yunqi wanted to summon the authorities and charge this guy with harassment. At the same time, she could also close his shop. He had many shops, so she didn't mind closing everyone she saw. However, Gu Beiwa was also present this time. Although there was nothing wrong with meeting in private, it was still against the rules. She was not afraid of being criticized, but she couldn't implicate Gu Beiwa. If Gu made a big deal out of this, what would Gu Beiwa do? Han Yunqi walked very quickly. Gu Beiwa hurried to keep up, but they hadn't gone far when they bumped into Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao walking over. What a small world. Han Yunqi stopped abruptly. This time, Long Fei Yi also stopped. He glanced at Gu Beiwa, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Han Yunqi glanced at Duanmu Yao. Were they here to eat? His Highness Duke of Qinshi had a lot of free time to accompany Duanmu Yao for an entire day. Duanmu Yao looked at Han Yunqi, then at the white-robed Gu Beiwa next to her. She didn't know Gu Beiwa, but she felt that this man was extraordinarily handsome and as gentle as jade. He was a perfect match for Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwa, on the other hand, recognized Duanmu Yao. He was puzzled. Why would His Highness Duke of Qin come to a tea-house with Princess Rongla? Thus, the four of them fell silent, each with their own thoughts. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's eyes met. One's eyes were silent, while the others were frighteningly deep. In this moment of silence, Gu walked out of the room with a devilish smile. Aya, what wind is blowing over here today? Even the Qin, unexpectedly before he could finish speaking, Han Yunqi suddenly turned around with a smile. Gu, didn't we say we were going to eat together? Let's go in. As she spoke, she dragged Gu Beiwa along. Imperial Physician Gu, let's go together. I've troubled you several times, but I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. What was going on? Gu didn't understand, and Gu Beiwa didn't even have the time to react before Han Yunqi pulled the two of them into a private room. Han Yunqi turned around after entering the room. She didn't spare Long Fei another glance before slamming the door shut without hesitation. As soon as the door closed, she leaned against it and took several deep breaths. This time, she'd managed to dump Long Fei before he could dump her. This feeling was amazing. Gu and Gu Beiwa, who'd been pushed in by her, looked at each other in dismay. They sized up this woman suspiciously. What was she doing? Why did she need to take deep breaths just to close the door like a battle? Esteemed Wang Fei, this isn't appropriate. His Highness, Gu Beiwa was a bit uneasy. His Highness is very busy, so let's not disturb him any longer. Let's eat. Come, let's all eat. Han Yunqi acted out of character and began to move her chopsticks carelessly. Gu Beiwa's brows furrowed even more as he watched. Meanwhile, Gu rubbed his chin playfully, as if he'd understood something. He smiled and sat down. Poison lass, that person just now was Western Zhou's Princess Rongla, right? Han Yunqi's chopsticks paused for a moment before she nodded. I heard that Western Zhou's emperor has plans for Princess Rongla to marry into Tianing country. It looks like Princess Rongla is here to find the prince consort this time, Gu teased. This time, Han Yunqi even paused at her chewing, but she quickly resumed chewing in large bites. As she ate, she said, It's a marriage for peace, not for a groom. There's no use in finding a groom. It's not up to her to decide who she marries. This is the princess of the first wife, the younger sister of Western Zhou's crown prince. If she's going to marry into Tianing, there's no way she'll be able to escape the selection. Gu's scorching gaze was fixed on Han Yunqi's small, moving mouth. Even the way this woman ate was different from other women. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. When would the Long Fei Yi divorce her? How about he just let her divorce the Long Fei Yi? Han Yunqi really didn't know much about the marriage for peace. She feigned indifference as she asked, Who are the candidates? At this moment, Gu Beiwa had also sat down on one side and was seriously sizing up Gu. He didn't interrupt the conversation. What's the relationship between esteemed Wang Fei and this guy? From the looks of it, they don't seem to be bad friends. The crown prince, the young general, and... Gu purposely paused before continuing, the Duke of Qin. Han Yunqi gave Gu a deep look and chuckled. She abruptly stopped the topic. Eat. As she spoke, she glanced at Gu Beiwa. Imperial Physician Gu, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Let's eat. Duanmu Yao was going to marry the Long Fei Yi. She was the princess of the first wife, not Lady Su. How could she be willing to be a concubine? It looked like Duanmu Yao had a high chance of marrying the crown prince. She was destined to call Long Fei Yi imperial uncle and call Gu Beiwa imperial aunt. Thinking of this, Han Yunqi's bad mood suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. She picked up a sparkling and translucent chestnut cake and admired it with interest. Unexpectedly, Gu muttered to himself, I've heard that this princess is well versed in literature, martial arts, and looks. She's extremely ambitious. I'm sure she won't look at anyone other than the Duke of Qin. It's very likely that the Duke of Qin's estate will have two main consorts. Two main consorts? Why didn't Han Yunqi think of this? After all, even the Empress had appeared in the East and West palaces. What more a princess consort? It was said that although the East and West palaces and the Left and Right palaces were both main consorts, there was still a hierarchy between them. This time, Han Yunqi's hands and mouth completely froze. A complicated look flitted across Gu's eyes, but he still teased in a probing tone. Come, come, esteemed Wang Fei. This chestnut cake should be dipped in vinegar. It's flavorful. How could Han Yunqi not understand Gu's meaning? She only smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. What did it have to do with her whether he married or she married? She was only angry because he didn't keep his promise. Han Yunqi ignored Gu's probing. She hadn't eaten much before she lost her appetite and rose to her feet. You guys enjoy your meal, she said. I'll be leaving first. She opened the door and saw that Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao hadn't entered their private room, but were sitting in the middle of the main hall, closest to her private room. Long Fei Ye's naturally cold eyes grew even colder, but Han Yunqi only glanced at him briefly before looking straight ahead and leaving with large strides. Her back was stubborn and lonely. Long Fei Ye's gaze followed her down the stairs, his eyes cold and complicated beyond comprehension. Duanmu Yao saw it all and couldn't accept it. Senior brother, let's eat. The food's getting cold. There was clearly a private room, but senior brother insisted on sitting here. After sitting for so long, he hadn't touched a single bite of the food on the table. Although he'd been ordered by Emperor Tianhui to accompany her and act as a host, he'd been taciturn and cold the entire way. She'd long gotten used to his cold personality, but he'd grown even more taciturn after meeting Han Yunqi at noon. Was it that woman who'd disturbed his heart? She'd already asked around last time at the medicine Ghost Valley. Senior brother hadn't protected her, but wanted the life blood pill as well. But what about this time? It wasn't clear whether Long Fei Yi heard Duanmu Yao's words, but he didn't touch his chopsticks. He only drank a mouthful of hot tea before speaking. The driver is waiting by the door. You can go back by yourself later. Senior brother, I heard that the night market in Tianning's capital city's Huaihua Alley. Before Duanmu Yao could finish, Long Fei Yi rose to leave. In a flash, Duanmu Yao's delicate features turned malevolent. Han Yunqi. It was because of Han Yunqi again. This enmity was set in stone. Chapter 146. After going out for a day, Han Yunqi was summoned by Grand Concubine Yi as soon as she returned to the estate. After treating the poison last time, she'd already performed acupuncture on Grand Concubine Yi twice. This would be the last time. Grand Concubine Yi truly cherished her life, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Murong Wanru had been punished to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors, so Han Yunqi was especially quiet every time she came. She could talk to Grand Concubine Yi without any misgivings. Grand Concubine Yi lay lazily on the chaise lounge with Han Yunqi sitting by her side. Although her heart was heavy with worry, she quickly entered the state of mind as soon as she picked up the needles, concentrating wholeheartedly. Some doctors would get distracted and chat while treating patients, but she didn't like it. No matter if it was a difficult illness or something as simple as turning over a palm, she was always serious. Her attitude alone was like a good medicine that calmed the patient down and set their mind at ease. After an hour, Han Yunqi withdrew her needles one by one before speaking. Mu Fei, the remaining poison in your body has been cleansed. There won't be any side effects, so you can set your mind at ease. Grand Concubine Yi nodded. Although she was calm and collected, her posture languid and leisurely, her heart was filled with joy. She could finally stop worrying about her body. Seeing her so calm, Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with craftiness. Actually, things like acupuncture and moxibustion are good for you too. It can expel poison and nourish your skin. At Mu Fei's age, your body must have accumulated plenty of toxins. Although they're not fatal, They'll settle on your skin and make it look dull. You might even develop brown spots. Hearing this, Grand Concubine Yi's eyes brightened with excitement. In the circle of noble women at her age, the most talked about topic was her face. In a few years, it'd be her body's condition. In other words, you seem to be very good at it. Grand Concubine Yi probed. I can't say I'm good at it, but if I follow the procedures, there'll be results. Expelling poison and nourishing the skin can also prolong one's life. Han Yunqi was very modest. She wasn't trying to advertise, but expelling poison and nourishing the skin was a piece of cake for her. At these words, Grand Concubine Yi could no longer keep her calm. Hastily, she said, Then why don't we try a course of treatment for Mu Fei first? It's Qinxie's honor. Tomorrow I'll write up a treatment plan and have someone deliver it for Mu Fei to look over. Han Yunqi was very happy. This was a chance to get closer to Grand Concubine Yi. The closer she got to Grand Concubine Yi, the more dangerous it would be for Murong Wanru. Grand Concubine Yi was in a great mood. She stretched her neck as she asked, I heard that Mu Qinggu took Mu Liuyue's place to honor the bet today. Fortunately, I won. Otherwise, Han Yunqi chuckled softly but didn't continue. Grand Concubine Yi probably wanted her to lose back then. If she lost, she'd have to fulfill her promise and ruin her reputation. Then the Duke of Qin could divorce her. Of course, Grand Concubine remembered that she'd hit someone while they were down, but it seemed she'd done it too many times. Instead of feeling awkward, she admonished, I haven't taught you a lesson about this yet. In the future, don't make these kinds of bets with others. If you lose, you'll suffer a loss. Yi, the Grand Concubine Yi, who wanted her to suffer, was actually lecturing her like this? Han Yunqi felt overwhelmed by favor from superior. It looked like her poison-expelling diplomacy was starting to take effect. It doesn't matter if Qinxie suffers a loss. But this time, someone with ulterior motives used the Han family incident to implicate Mu Fei. Qinxie truly deserves 10,000 deaths. As Han Yunqi spoke, she added, Speaking of which, it's strange. Just who gave Lady Su the guts? Was she targeting Qinxie or Mu Fei? Grand Concubine Yi would have forgotten about Lady Su's affairs if Han Yunqi hadn't brought it up. She wasn't suspicious, but certain that a trifling Lady Su had someone backing her up. Seeing Grand Concubine Yi remained silent, Han Yunqi added, Actually, no matter if she was targeting Qinxie or Mu Fei, she was still targeting the Duke of Qin's estate. But Qinxie can't figure it out. Who in the world would have the guts to target the Duke of Qin's estate? Or perhaps, as she spoke, she gave Grand Concubine Yi a meaningful look. Or perhaps she was just targeting Qinxie to sow discord between Qinxie and Mu Fei? At this, Grand Concubine Yi knitted her brows and looked seriously at Han Yunqi. Grand Concubine Yi had once suspected that the person behind Lady Su was that person from the palace. After all, the only person in the world who dared to provoke her Duke of Qin's estate was that person. But she quickly rejected the idea because that person in the palace was interested in roping in Han Yunqi. She wouldn't go so far as to make a move against Han Yunqi. Now that she heard Han Yunqi's guesses, could it be that the person behind Lady Su was her own family Wanru? But soon enough, Grand Concubine Yi rejected the idea as well. Wanru was suspicious, but she still couldn't believe that she'd have the guts to do such a thing. Perhaps Han Yunqi was trying to sow discord right now. Grand Concubine Yi withdrew her gaze and lay back lazily. What's done is done. There's no point in looking into it. It's better if you don't stir up trouble in the future. As expected, Grand Concubine Yi wasn't easy to deal with. Han Yunqi sighed with emotion in her heart. Qinxie was just saying, Actually, guessing here and there won't yield any results. It's better to go to the prisons and interrogate Lady Su. So speaking, she rose to her feet. Mu Fei, it's getting late. Qinxie should go back as well. Grand Concubine Yi didn't urge her to stay, but waved a hand to dismiss her. Still, Han Yunqi's last words had planted a seed of restlessness in her heart. Lady Su had been sentenced to death by Grand Concubine Yi herself. Han Yunqi couldn't even visit her, but she knew that the paranoid Grand Concubine Yi would definitely pay a visit to the justice courts after her words today. She only hoped that Grand Concubine Yi wouldn't be too late. She was already late, but had been delayed by Grand Concubine Yi's side. By the time she reached the hibiscus courtyard, it was already late at night. The palace was pitch black, which meant that its master hadn't returned yet. It's already so late. Do you still want to keep me company? Then, tonight, will you come back? Han Yunqi glanced at the palace from a distance before turning, with her head bowed. Step by step, she walked towards the leisurely cloud pavilion. Zhao Mama saw her complexion and asked with concern, Esteemed Wang Fei, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Did you catch a cold? Han Yunqi finally raised her head, wanting to ask about Tianshan Kenzo. That was because Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao shared the same master. Last time she'd asked, but she didn't get to the bottom of it. But on second thought, she decided to forget it. What was the point of asking so much? What did it have to do with her whether or not he was taking another official wife, left or right? She didn't even like him. Staying at the Duke of Qin's estate was her fate. It was a place to settle down and get a foothold in Tianning's capital city. If anyone dared to cut off her path to survival, she'd never let them off. Thinking up to here, Han Yunqi exhaled and patted Zhao Mama on the shoulder. Then she went upstairs, closed the door, and went to sleep. Zhao Mama's face was filled with bewilderment. What's wrong with her mistress today? Has she been possessed? That night, the exhausted Han Yunqi fell asleep unknowingly. Meanwhile, Long Fei Yi and Emperor Tianhui were locked up in the imperial study to discuss the spy case until daybreak. Long Fei Yi had always been in charge of the Tianli spy case. He had absolute authority over the case, and even Emperor Tianhui couldn't interfere with how he dealt with the culprits. Even though Madame Li came from the Han family and had been hiding there for years, a single word from Long Fei Yi could turn the Han family into criminals. Even Emperor Tianhui wouldn't pursue the matter. But things were different now. Madame Li's last words had made Emperor Tianhui impatient to get rid of the rest of the Han family to prevent future troubles. He even wanted to hold Han Yunqi accountable. Long Fei Yi had been ordered to accompany Princess Rongla for an entire day before Emperor Tianhui finally relented and gave him a chance to discuss the matter. This was a business transaction, not because Long Fei Yi was powerless. In fact, it proved that Emperor Tianhui was powerless against his little brother, Long Fei Yi. Otherwise, who had dared disobey an imperial order? Who would have the right to bargain? Seeing Long Fei Yi's icy expression, Emperor Tianhui's fists clenched tightly in his sleeves. He'd always wanted to get rid of the Duke of Qin, but Tianning couldn't do without him. The valiant and powerful Northern Li Empire was like a pack of wolves and tigers. If not for the Duke of Qin's presence, they would have moved against Tianning long ago. He hated a man like this to the bone, but he had no choice but to rely on him. Emperor Tianhui truly felt sullen. The Han family's matters have been settled. If Imperial Brother has nothing else to do, it's time for morning court, Long Fei Yi said mildly. It was enough for an entire night of verbal sparring. Emperor Tianhui didn't reply directly, but simply said, Crown Prince Yi and Princess Rongla will only return after the new year. You can reconsider the marriage alliance. The marriage alliance is a matter between two countries. Imperial Brother should consult with Western Zhou's Emperor Moore. It's inconvenient for Qindi to interfere. After the new year, Qindi has plans to travel and have no time to share Imperial Brother's burdens. Long Fei Yi refused outright. In the end, Emperor Tianhui narrowed his eyes and said coldly, The Duke of Qin has worked hard over the matter of the spy. It's time for you to rest. Why don't you hand over the matter of the spy case to someone else, so you can recuperate? Was he planning to take back his power? Long Fei Ye's icy lips curved into a mocking smile as he said, "Chindi hasn't even reported, but Imperial Brother already knows that there's a follow-up to the spy case. Imperial Brother is wise and brilliant." Emperor Tianhui grew alarmed at his words. "Duke of Qin, what do you mean?" "Madam, Li isn't the true mastermind behind the scenes. There's still another person behind her. Chindi's preliminary investigations show that it should be someone from northern Li's imperial clan. As for who that person is and whether they'll offend our Tianing, that's still unknown." Long Fei Yi replied truthfully. Emperor Tianhui never thought that Madame Li still had someone behind her back. If they hadn't found out who that person was, then it meant that Tianing's capital city was in danger. It was impossible to guard against a spy in the first place, much less the fact that it involved poisons. Madame Li's ambush was deep and her poison skills were formidable. Emperor Tianhui had seen it all with his own eyes. Wouldn't the person behind her be even more dangerous? Poisons were an unorthodox art among all of Tianing's civil and military officials, who besides Long Fei Yi dared to take on such a hot potato. Who else was qualified to do so? Emperor Tianhui's eyes narrowed into slits as he coldly examined his young and promising younger brother. Long Fei Yi allowed him to look as he pleased, his expression cold and his eyes cold. His entire being exuded a natural air of nobility. Although he was in a side seat, he was even more lofty and inviolable than Emperor Tianhui. Finally, Emperor Tianhui stood up and said, "Continue the investigation." So speaking, he ordered eunuch Shui, "Change your clothes and attend court." Satisfied, Long Fei Yi rose to his feet. "Chindi obeys. I'll take my leave." Although Emperor Tianhui hadn't said a word, he'd compromised. Besides the Duke of Qin, no one else would be able to punish the Han family for their crimes. Chapter 147. Today was the 4th day since Madame Li's death. Although she didn't know the fate of the Han family, Han Yunqi still spent quite a bit of time and effort to make sure everything was handled properly. Long Fei Yi hadn't returned last night, and she hadn't seen him all day. Han Yunqi didn't ask for his whereabouts, but waited in silence. As long as nothing happened to the Han family, she could follow him wherever he went. After eating dinner at the Han estate, Han Yunqi returned and discovered that the lights in Long Fei Ye's quarters had lit up. This meant that Long Fei Yi had returned. This was what he'd promised to do in the first place. So he should be the one to give her an explanation instead of her asking him again and again. After pausing for a while, Han Yunqi strode towards leisurely Cloud Pavilion. She picked up a medical book and sat in a rocking chair in the courtyard to read it. Zhao Mama brought over some tea and said in a low voice, "Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness has returned." "Mm." Han Yunqi replied mildly without any other reaction. Zhao Mama grew more and more suspicious. Over the past 2 days, her mistress had been in low spirits. She wondered if it had anything to do with her master, but now it seemed that she didn't care much about him at all. Currently, Long Fei Yi was in the courtyard outside his quarters, sitting in a rocking chair as well. He was reading a few secret reports that had just arrived. He was very busy, but not just dealing with the northernly spies. The entire hibiscus courtyard was extremely quiet. Soon enough, a thin layer of snow began to drift through the air. He didn't mind, but allowed the snowflakes to fall on his hair and body. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng arrived. "Master, the Celestial Fragrance Tea Shop has been sealed and the deeds handed in." But Gu didn't show up, so he left it all to guard Shangguan to handle, Chu Shifeng reported. Originally, after His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei came back, they were busy with the matter of testing the 10,000 snake poison and didn't mention the Celestial Fragrance Tea House again. However, he didn't know what happened last night. Before His Highness entered the palace, he actually specifically ordered him to immediately seal the Celestial Fragrance Tea House. Long Fei Ye's face was expressionless as he finished reading one of the secret reports. Then he said, clearly investigate all of Gu's properties in the capital and seal them up on suspicion of collusion with the enemy. Could it be that Gu had touched His Highness's reverse scale? But what was His Highness's reverse scale? Chu Shifeng had served her for years, but he still didn't know. Chu Shifeng didn't dare to ask, but only nodded. This subordinate understands. As she prepared to leave, Long Fei spoke up again. While you're at it, check if Gu Beiyue's been idle lately. Chu Shifeng grew even more puzzled. What's the point of investigating Imperial Physician Gu? Could it be that there was a new development in the case of the traitor, and it involved Imperial Physician Gu? But that didn't seem very likely. Your Highness, please say that Imperial Physician Gu stayed in the palace for a while before falling seriously ill. As this subordinate sees it, he's probably recuperating, Chu Shifeng replied seriously. But Long Fei, you only tossed him 3 words. Investigate, clearly. Yes. Chu Shifeng felt resentful. Judging from His Highness's attitude, he knew that His Highness wouldn't tell him even if he dared to ask. The snow grew heavier and heavier. Long Fei Yi rose to his feet and brushed the snow from his hair and clothes. He held up an oil paper umbrella and headed towards Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. He was a naturally reserved man, so his figure seemed lonely and desolate in the silent, snowy night. He hadn't gone far when he stopped, only to see Han Yunqi walking towards him. She was dressed in thin robes without a cloak, allowing the snow to pile on her shoulders. Was she here to look for him? She saw his figure from a distance and stopped in her tracks. Was he planning to go to Leisurely Cloud Pavilion to find her? Very soon he entered the corridor and looked at her coldly. When he saw that she still hadn't moved, he finally spoke up. His voice was very loud and filled with anger. Still not coming over? She didn't answer, but kept her eyes downcast. Instead, she ran over in fright, her body covered in snow in a sorry state. He looked at her coldly and saw that her lips had turned white from the cold. Her face was purple and green. He took off his fox fur cloak and handed it to her, commanding, "Put it on." "Many thanks, Your Highness." "Qinxie will be going back soon. There's no need," she refused politely. His eyes turned cold as he tossed her the cloak. She had no choice but to catch it, but that was all. However, she had to admit that even though she was just catching it, her cold hands were instantly warmed up. This luxurious fox fur cloak was filled with his body temperature. She really had come to find him. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, so she simply wanted to ask him if the Han family was alive or dead. However, when she saw him, she didn't know why, but she didn't want to talk. And he really had come to find her to talk about the Han family. He never made promises easily, especially to women. Since he had made a promise, no matter what price he had to pay or how many exceptions he made, he would fulfill it. Madame Li's case will be closed tomorrow. The Supreme Court will issue a notice that it won't implicate Han Yuni or anyone from the Han family. He was very straightforward. He had only promised to protect Han Yuni before, but now he was protecting the entire Han family. Hearing this, Han Yunqi, who had been in a low state, suddenly raised her head and met Long Fei Ye's cold and deep eyes. She was very surprised and blurted out, "Really?" "This prince keeps his word. Protecting the Han family is a reward for your meritorious service in testing the poison," Long Fei Yi explained. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. Madame Su and Madame Li were no longer related to the Han family. Protecting the Han family was equivalent to protecting little Yi-Er's family. She immediately bowed. "On behalf of the entire Han family, this concubine thanks Your Highness for your grace." "Is there anything else?" Long Fei Yi asked. Anything else? Was there anything else? What did he want her to ask? If she asked, would he answer? Han Yunqi thought for a moment, stood up and smiled. "That's all. I won't disturb Your Highness any longer." Saying so, she resolutely turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi coldly said, "Stop!" Han Yunqi abruptly stopped, her heart skipping a beat. What did he want to do by telling her to stop? Ask what? Was there anything else other than the incident at Mingxiangin? Was he going to warn her again with those behave and decorum words? She hadn't even questioned him about Duanmu Yao. If the title of husband and wife was a kind of restriction, then it shouldn't only restrict her, right? The more she thought about it, the harder she bit her lip. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't do anything. He didn't ask anything. He held up the oil paper umbrella at the side and passed it to Han Yunqi from behind. His voice was cold. "Take it away." He was very tall and held the oil paper umbrella high. She looked up and saw his hand holding the umbrella. His hand was very big and covered the entire handle. He didn't ask about the incident at the tea house just like that. Han Yunqi stared blankly for a while before saying, "There's no need. This concubine—" But before she could finish speaking, he suddenly closed in on her from behind, domineering and forceful. For a moment, she only felt his breath behind her, as if she had been drawn into a strong sphere of strength and couldn't break free. "Take it away," he said sternly. Han Yunqi pursed her lips. "Take it away, then." She put on the fox fur cloak in her hand and reached out to grab the oil paper umbrella. Long Fei Yi didn't seem to expect her to do this and didn't immediately let go. Han Yunqi tugged again before he finally let go. Thus, Han Yunqi put on his fox fur cloak and held up his black oil paper umbrella as she strode away. Long Fei Yi's handsome brows slowly knitted together. Even after Han Yunqi's back disappeared into the wind and snow, and even after the lights in the distant leisurely cloud loft were lit, he still stood in the same spot. She didn't know how long he had been standing there, but his eyes were dark and gloomy, uncertain. When Han Yunqi returned to the loft, she even brought the umbrella upstairs. She threw it aside harshly. She had already taken off the fox fur cloak and threw it beside the oil paper umbrella. She glared fiercely and suddenly rushed up, raising her foot to step on it. But for some reason, she didn't step on it. Damn it! She cursed and lay down heavily on the bed. She hated this feeling too much. Her heart hurt so much that she wanted to die, but she didn't know what to feel. She wanted to explode, but she didn't know what to explode with. Didn't that guy keep his promise to protect little Eh? He even protected the Han family, so why didn't she feel happy at all? Han Yunqi pulled the blanket over her head, refusing to think about it. She told herself that the matter of the northern Li spy had come to an end. There was nothing between them anymore. He would continue on his path, and she would continue on her single plank bridge. Well water wouldn't interfere with river water. It was another sleepless night. The next day, Han Yunqi woke up early. On the way to the Han family, she saw the notice from the Supreme Court. Madame Li, as the main culprit, had died, and Han Ruoxue, as an accomplice, was sentenced to life imprisonment, even though she didn't know the truth. As a result, the case of Madame Li and her daughter became a normal case. There was no traitor involved, and the Han family was justified in not being implicated. As for how Long Fei Yi would deal with the aftermath, and whether he would continue to investigate the masked man, those were still secrets. Han Yunqi told herself not to get involved with him anymore. When Han Yunqi arrived at the Han family, she finally felt at ease and handed the Han medical cannon to little Er. This was the Han family's property, so it should belong to the Han family's descendant. Little Er was a very talented child. Han Yunqi believed that as long as he was given a good environment, one day he would make the Han family stand up again in the medical world. In the past, Madame Su had always been in charge of the Han family. Now that Madame Su was gone, Madame Li was gone, and the other concubines had fled, the burden fell on seventh Madame's shoulders. With Han Yunqi's support, the covetous people in the Han family didn't dare to make things difficult for her. Instead, they curried favor with seventh Madame and brought many expensive gifts to visit. After a few days, seventh Madame recovered. Han Yunqi called the accountant and housekeeper to discuss. Although the Han family's treasury had a lot of money and seventh Madame and little didn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, the Han family's business wasn't very big now. All the medical centers and pharmacies were closed, and their expenses were not much different from before. Therefore, it was necessary to reduce expenses. After a round of discussion, Han Yunqi discovered that 7th Madam might be frail and weak, but she wasn't stupid. She had plenty of original views on managing affairs and managing finances. What she lacked were opportunities and guts. Little Qin Xiang, in the future, you will follow 7th Madam. If 7th Madam doesn't dare to do it, you will support her. Han Yunqi teased. Little Qin Xiang pouted as she looked at her master. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been overturned in her heart. She couldn't tell what she was feeling. She couldn't bear to part with her master, but she also couldn't bear to part with 7th Madam and little Earth. After serving them for so many days, she had long developed feelings for them. Seeing that little Qin Xiang didn't speak, little secretly tugged at the corner of her clothes. Little Qin Xiang's heart immediately softened. Master, then can I go to the Wangfu to see you? Han Yunqi was happy. Of course. 7th Madam also couldn't bear to leave little Qin Xiang. When she heard this, she immediately wanted to bow and express her gratitude. Han Yunqi hurriedly stopped her. In the future, when I return to my maternal home, we don't have to be so particular. Although this maternal home wasn't powerful, it was comfortable. It was also a backing. Chapter 148. After several days of snow, the sky finally cleared up. It was as if the sky had been washed a beautiful azure blue. After that bet, Mu Luiwe didn't attend any gatherings in the circle. She spent her days hiding in her room, depressed, and her temper grew worse and worse. With a bang, another expensive vase was smashed. The servant girls surrounded the door, but no one dared to enter. At first, General Mu and Mu Qingguo would still come over to take a look, but now they were numb to it. They were more worried that this lass's reputation was so bad that marrying into a good family in the future would be a big problem. Someone come! Someone come! Mu Luiwe shouted angrily. A servant girl timidly ran over, not daring to get too close. Did Princess Changping come? Did I not know if she came? Mu Luiwe questioned. Her only hope was Princess Changping. However, ever since the incident, Princess Changping hadn't come even once. The plum blossom meet was just around the corner, yet she still hadn't received an invitation. Was she being completely abandoned? No, the servant girl replied cautiously. She immediately comforted her. Miss, maybe the princess is busy. She'll come over in a few days. Busy with what? The plum blossom meet? Who did she invite? Did she invite Han Yunqi? Mu Luiwe asked anxiously. She had long heard that this year's plum blossom meet was hosted by Princess Changping. She had the final say on who to invite. How could the servant girl know so much? She immediately found an excuse and fled. Miss, please wait a moment. This servant girl will go ask around. With Mu Liuyue's reputation being so bad, Princess Changping naturally wouldn't come. She was indeed busy with the plum blossom meet. The first invitation was sent to the Duke of Qin's estate, and it was for Han Yunqi. These past few days, Han Yunqi had been shuttling back and forth between the Han estate and the Duke of Qin's estate, dealing with the aftermath of the Han estate. After that night, she hadn't seen Long Fei Yi again. She had long locked the windows of the attic, so she had no idea if that fellow had returned at night. She also had no idea if he was busy or not. As for news of the Western Zhou princess, she didn't try to find out. Her days went on like this. Occasionally, she'd visit Grand Concubine Yi to help her expel poison and nourish her beauty and chat a bit. Although their relationship wasn't very close, it was much better than before. During this period, Gu had sent a few cans of premium Nanshan black tea leaves, but she threw them all away. No one knew that she didn't go to Nanshan to pick the black tea leaves for herself. At this time, she had just returned when Steward Xia came looking for her. Esteemed Wang Fei, esteemed imperial concubine dowager, wants you to go over. What is it? Han Yunqi didn't understand. She'd just performed acupuncture on Grand Concubine E this morning. Besides that, Grand Concubine E would never seek her out. This subordinate doesn't know. Consort Dowager is waiting. Esteemed Wang Fei should hurry over, Steward Xia replied. Could it be that something had happened to Madame Su? Grand Concubine E had ignored her multiple indirect inquiries. She couldn't get any news from the justice courts, so she could only try to figure things out. Han Yunqi hurried over, but as soon as she entered, she saw an unexpected person. Murong Wanru. What was going on? This white lotus had actually appeared. Did Grand Concubine never suspect Murong Wanru? Or was she covering for her despite knowing the truth? She was just an adopted daughter, so is it worth it? Sister-in-law, you're finally here. It's cold outside, so hurry and have a cup of hot tea. Murong Wanru acted as if nothing had happened. She was especially attentive and warm as she pulled Han Yunqi to sit and poured tea. Han Yunqi politely declined and asked, Mu Fei, Steward Xia said you were in a hurry to find me. Grand Concubine knitted her brows as she handed over a pink invitation card. It was double-layered with flowers and carved with a thin, delicate plum blossom. Han Yunqi took a look and immediately understood what was going on. This was an invitation to the plum blossom meet. Unlike the other invitees, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was no good banquet, no good table. She was the least interested in such things. The so-called plum blossom meet only invited the rich and noble. Moreover, most of the guests were young women. Although it was said to admire the plum blossoms, it was actually a group of women vying for attention, forming cliques and trampling on each other. Every time something happened at the plum blossom meet, it would spread and become the talk of the noble ladies. How boring. Han Yunqi hesitated before saying, Mu Fei, Qinqia's body isn't well. I don't know if this banquet can. But before she could finish, Murong Wanru spoke up. Sister-in-law, you mustn't not go. The Empress's body isn't well, so Princess Chongping is hosting this time. If you don't go, what will she think? Han Yunqi was startled. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. If that was the case, then this banquet wouldn't be a good one. Han Yunqi still remembered the scene at the general's estate last time. Mu Qinggu had run off on the streets, so Chongping probably held a grudge against her. Heaven knows what kind of trap she'd prepared for her this time. Mu Fei Qinxia is a coarse person without any talent or learning. Coincidentally, my body isn't well, so I'm afraid I'll lose face for you if I go. Han Yunqi refused again. It was too easy for her to refuse Princess Chongping. She could just refuse without giving her face, but the effects of this matter weren't small. She had to get past Grand Concubine E first. Grand Concubine E still didn't speak, so Murong Wanru spoke up again. Sister-in-law is too modest. It's just admiring the plum blossoms. What talent or learning is needed? If sister-in-law doesn't go, won't Wanru be left alone? Moreover, sister-in-law is going as a representative of our Duke of Qin's estate. If you don't go, then Wanru might as well not go. Now Han Yunqi understood why Murong Wanru's ban had been lifted without any warning. As it turned out, she'd been invited as well. She opened up the invitation and saw that it was dated 3 days later. Han Yunqi knitted her brows and didn't speak. Finally, the silent Grand Concubine spoke up. Yunqi, if you don't go, I'll lose even more face. A few days ago, they were already discussing whether or not Chongping would invite you. Do you dare to go? Yunqi? Heavens! With a thump, the teacup in Murong Wanru's hands fell to the ground. She was frightened. Mu Fei was calling Han Yunqi by her name so intimately and even discussing things with her so nicely. Murong Wanru's face was ghastly white. She'd been caught unprepared. She thought Mu Fei would angrily reprimand Han Yunqi, but who knew Mu Fei's attitude was like this. What had happened between Mu Fei and Han Yunqi while she was locked up in the palace? She'd just been released and hadn't had time to ask her confidant about the situation. Seeing this, Grand Concubine looked over unhappily. What's the matter with you? Han Yunchi was secretly laughing in her heart. It didn't matter that Morong Wanru was released. She'd be crying in the days to come. Mufei, Chinchia heard that as long as an unmarried woman wins a prize at the Plum Blossom Meet and becomes famous, matchmakers will trample all over their doorsteps afterwards. I don't know if it's really that exaggerated. Han Yunchi asked seriously. Grand Concubine smiled. It's exaggerated, it's exaggerated. Still, it can't be considered fake. As long as one dazzled the crowd at the Plum Blossom Meet, they'd attract the admiration of countless gentlemen who'd want to marry them. Thus, the Plum Blossom Meet was a sacred gathering that women in the capital yearned for even in their dreams. So it's like that. Then I'll go with Wanru. That girl's reached marriageable age, Han Yunchi said with a smile. Murong Wanru's heart skipped a beat at these words. Han Yunchi, that slut, really wanted to marry her off? It wasn't up to her to care about her marriage. Wanru, you have to perform well. Mufei, you should have Steward Xia thicken our doorsteps later, Han Yunchi teased. A complicated look flitted past Grand Concubine's eyes, but she didn't speak. Han Yunchi added, Mufei, or have you already chosen a family for Wanru? Grand Concubine immediately shook her head. There's nothing like that. Don't start rumors. Mufei, Wanru's not young anymore. If she's not anxious, aren't you anxious for her sake as well? Han Yunchi asked next. Murong Wanru felt like her lungs were about to explode. Neither she nor Mufei were anxious. So why was this slut so anxious? What did it have to do with her? But Grand Concubine only replied mildly, Of course I'm anxious, but such things can't be rushed. You have to think things over slowly, right? Murong Wanru's heart almost stopped at these words. How could Mufei say such things? She was an adopted daughter, not the Duke of Qin's blood sister. Mufei had even tried to match her with the Duke of Qin time and time again. Mufei said that as long as the Duke of Qin nodded, she'd immediately make her his concubine. That way, she could stay by her side for the rest of her life. Could it be that Mufei had changed her mind? She'd worked hard for so many years just to stay by the Duke of Qin's side. Even if she couldn't be official consort because of her birth, she didn't mind. Mufei understood her heart best. So how could she be like this? Indeed, we should think things over slowly. If Mufei has any candidates in mind, don't hide them in secret. Chinchia can help consider them as well, Han Yunchi said seriously. Grand Concubine nodded without a word, but the mere movement was enough to break Murong Wanru's heart. She grabbed Grand Concubine Yi's hand in agitation and grew anxious. Mufei, daughter won't marry. Won't marry. Daughter wants to stay at home and serve you for the rest of my life. These words were clearly hinting at Grand Concubine Yi. Even if she married the Duke of Qin, she'd stay at the Duke of Qin's estate and serve her for the rest of her life. But before Grand Concubine Yi could speak, Han Yunchi spoke up. What a silly girl. How could Mufei keep you for the rest of your life? You're harming yourself and Mufei. You're not young anymore. If you don't marry now, what will people outside say about you and Mufei? Murong Wanru gave Han Yunchi a resentful look before sobbing. Sister-in-law, could it be that you dislike Wanru? You want to chase Wanru away? This is Mufei's home. What are you saying? Sister-in-law is doing this for your own good. Han Yunchi explained seriously. How could she not feel Murong Wanru's good feelings towards the Duke of Qin? Mufei, Murong Wanru wanted to continue, but Grand Concubine waved a hand to cut her off. All right. Let's talk about the Plum Blossom Meet first. She looked at Han Yunchi from head to toe and said, Yunchi, prepare 3 sets of presentable robes, 1 for the day and 2 for spare. Use these 3 days to understand the situation at the Plum Blossom Meet with Wanru. Remember, you're Qin Wangfei and Chongping's elder. Don't lose face for me. Han Yunchi looked at Grand Concubine seriously. She knew she couldn't avoid this calamity. It was rare that Grand Concubine didn't warn her, but reminded her like this. All right, this time she'd go just because of Grand Concubine's attitude. Forget about the plum blossom meet. She wasn't afraid, even if it was a banquet at Hongmen. Yes, Chinchia understands, Han Yunchi replied seriously. Murong Wanru's heart was filled with terror. She couldn't accept everything she'd seen and heard. That very night, she found Gui Mama and a few servant girls to ask about the situation. What a Han Yunchi! It's only been a few days, but you've already dispelled Mu Fei's enmity towards you. If I keep you here, how am I supposed to keep a foothold in the Duke of Qin's estate? The next day, Murong Wanru immediately made a secret appointment with Princess Changping. Chapter 149. 3 days later, the plum blossom meet was held as scheduled. The imperial plum blossom garden on the outskirts of the city was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Plum blossoms were in full bloom, reflecting the snow. From a distance, it looked like a dreamy sea of flowers. This year's plum blossoms had bloomed especially early and luxuriantly. Beneath the sea of plum blossoms, a banquet had long been set up. Princess Changping and Crown Prince Long Tianma sat on the left and right of the main seats. The first seat to the Crown Prince's left was Western Zhou's Princess Rongla, Duanmu Yao. Although there were quite a few distinguished scholars attending this banquet, most of them were women. Long Tianma hadn't wanted to come, but he'd received Imperial Father's orders last night to accompany the princess. A few days ago, someone had spread a rumor that Imperial Uncle Qin had been accompanying Princess Rongla the entire time. It looked like the rumors were false. Imperial families were the most heartless. Every woman in the imperial family, regardless of whether they were wives or concubines, was a tool. When they were useful, they'd be fought over until their heads bled. When they weren't useful, they'd be cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes, to say nothing of a crown prince's woman. If Duanmu Yao wanted to marry him, he wouldn't even blink an eye. Unfortunately, everyone knew that Duanmu Yao's heart was with the Duke of Qin. Although Western Zhou and Tianning were allied by marriage, they each had their own plans. Imperial Father desperately hoped that Princess Rongla could marry him as soon as possible so that the two countries could cooperate further. Especially when it came to the defense of the northeast border, they could reach a consensus as soon as possible to resist the Tianli dynasty. Unfortunately, Western Zhou's emperor had already said that Princess Rongla had to find her ideal husband before marrying him. Who else but Imperial Uncle Qin could be her ideal husband? However, Duanmu Yao still hadn't made a public statement about this secret. No one dared to guess Imperial Uncle Qin's stance on this matter, so the matter was delayed. Yao Yao, try this plum blossom tea. Can you only drink it in Tianning? Long Tianma found a topic to talk about and called her Yao Yao to close the distance between them. But Duanmu Yao didn't give him any face at all. Instead, she called him Your Highness Crown Prince, and maintained her distance. Your Highness Crown Prince, is it more appropriate to call me Rongla? Long Tianma's eyes flashed with anger, but he hid it very well. This woman was very beautiful, and she was indeed good at both civil and martial arts. However, from the bottom of his heart, he really looked down on this woman. If not for the fact that she was the legitimate princess of Western Zhou, he would not even look at her. Although he was angry, Long Tianma's tone was still gentle. I heard that Uncle Qin will travel after the New Year. Does Princess Rongla know where he will go? Duanmu Yao turned to look at him, shock written all over her face. She hadn't gone back with her imperial brother, but had stayed in Tianning to celebrate the New Year. She was hoping to find a way to settle the marriage after the New Year, but she never expected her senior brother to be heading out. Emperor Tianhui had promised her in secret that she'd find her Mr. Right, but did those words still count? Long Tianma was very satisfied with Duanmu Yao's reaction. Princess Rongla doesn't seem to know about this yet. It seems like I'll have to wait for Imperial Aunt Qin to come before asking her. As he spoke, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. But Duanmu Yao's face had completely changed. Han Yunqi? How could Han Yunqi know senior brother's whereabouts? How was that possible? By now, most of the invitees had already arrived and were chatting in twos and threes. Of course, the hottest topic was Han Yunqi. Would Han Yunqi come? The Plum Blossom meet wasn't just a place to test one's interpersonal relationships, but their talents as well. Han Yunqi's interpersonal relationships aside, she didn't even have a single close friend in the circle. As for her talents, that was the highlight of the day. Han Yunqi was a commoner's daughter. How could a medical family compare to the imperial clan and nobles? Moreover, she hadn't been favored since childhood and hadn't received any training. What talents could she have? What gave her the confidence to participate in the Plum Blossom meet? The Plum Blossom meet wasn't just for eating, chatting, and admiring the flowers. Apparently, many people in and out of the palace were betting on whether Han Yunqi would dare to show up today. But amidst the whispers, a eunuch announced in a loud voice, "Qin Wangfei has arrived. Miss Wanru has arrived. She's here?" She really dared to show up? In an instant, everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw Han Yunqi dressed in an elegant and refined snow-white dress. Her entire body was snow-white, with only a plum blossom jade belt around her waist. White dress and red jade. This was such a simple combination, but it made people's eyes light up. She instantly defeated all the luxuriously dressed women present. Of course, Murong Wanru, who was walking beside her, also looked dull, due to Han Yunqi's status. Even if everyone was unwilling, they still stood up to welcome her. However, Duanmu Yao was sitting calmly and stood out among the standing crowd. Han Yunqi walked closer before lazily standing up. She didn't even greet her. Long time no see. She hated being called esteemed Wangfei, and hated being called Qin Wangfei even more. Han Yunqi didn't get angry, but smiled innocently. "Princess, Rongla must have been here for a few days. I thought your senior brother would bring you home for tea, but you never showed up." Then she assumed the posture of a hostess. "How about you come back with me after this banquet ends and drink tea in my courtyard?" She didn't care whether Duanmu Yao would really marry into the Duke of Qin's estate. She didn't care about Long Fei Ye's attitude. In any case, she'd steeled her heart. No matter who wanted to bully her or give her a hard time, there was no way. Duanmu Yao's hands clenched into fists in her sleeves at these words. Without a doubt, Han Yunqi's words had hit her sore spot. She knew best what kind of position she held in the Duke of Qin's heart. That day, she'd only accompanied him because Emperor Tianhui had forced her. That day, her senior brother hadn't even said more than 5 sentences to her. "All right, I'll definitely find senior brother to play with another day." Duanmu Yao held back her temper as she replied, "Han Yunqi, don't be so pleased with yourself too early. You'll see what happens later." Han Yunqi sat down between Duanmu Yao and Long Tianma. As for Murong Wanru, she didn't receive such high treatment and could only sit below. Princess Chongping didn't speak the entire time, but she kept shooting glances at Han Yunqi while laughing coldly in her heart. Today's banquet was all for Han Yunqi's sake. Han Yunqi would definitely be the main character, but she'd be the one to make a fool of herself. Compared to Princess Chongping, Crown Prince Long Tianma was much more polite. As soon as Han Yunqi sat down, he spoke. "Imperial Qin, Aunt. I heard Imperial Qin Uncle will be leaving after the New Year." His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for Duanmu Yao to hear. Without a doubt, he was doing it on purpose. Even if he didn't like her, he still wanted to win over Duanmu Yao. But to do that, he'd have to make her give up on the Duke of Qin. Han Yunqi never expected Long Tianma to suddenly ask her about Long Fei Yi. Moreover, she'd never heard of such a thing. All right, she knew less about him than anyone else. She was about to answer truthfully when she saw Duanmu Yao shoot her a hostile look. Han Yunchi admitted that she was very bad. Without thinking, she said, "Who did you hear that from?" "The Duke of Qin has only told me about this." Long Tianma smiled. "Naturally, I heard it from Imperial Father, Emperor Tianhui." Duanmu Yao narrowed her eyes. Emperor Tianhui clearly knew Long Feiyi was leaving. But why didn't he tell her? Abominable. Imperial Qin aunt. Where is Imperial uncle planning to go? How long will he be gone for? Long Tianma asked next. "You can ask your Imperial father," Han Yunchi replied offhandedly. "Imperial father isn't sure either. That's why he had me ask you." Long Tianma lowered his voice. Han Yunchi smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." Duanmu Yao didn't know why Long Mo was asking these questions, but when she saw Duanmu Yao's dark expression, she felt especially pleased. She discovered that Duanmu Yao and Long Feiyi weren't close at all. At the very least, Duanmu Yao was the same as her, unaware that Long Feiyi was leaving after the new year. Thinking up to here, Han Yunchi's mood improved without her noticing. While they were chatting, a eunuch's loud announcement drew everyone's attention once again. "Marquis Pingbei's estate, Gongzi Che, has arrived." "Marquis Pingnan's estate, Gongzi Mu, has arrived." Marquis Pingbei and Marquis Ping An were known as the North and South Lords. Although they were well known, they didn't have a good reputation. Marquis Pingbei's only son, Zhang Sun Che, was also known as the North Lord. He was dressed in white robes and held a folding fan in his hand, looking extraordinary and distinguished. He was not only famous for his scholarly talents, but also for his dissolute nature. He'd just turned 18 this year, but already had 10 concubines. There were rumors that he'd even touched his father's concubines. He was simply a beast in human form. Marquis Pingnan's only son, Li Muge, was known as Nangongzi. He was dressed in purple and similarly held a folding fan in his hand. At first glance, he looked clean and pure, like a banished immortal. However, upon closer inspection, one would see that his hand was holding a lotus flower and his feet were taking small, quick steps. He was more feminine than a woman. His homosexual tendencies had long been an open secret. The appearance of the North and South Lords caused quite a stir. Dissolute and distinguished men were women's poison, while feminine men were women's best friends. These two gentlemen's popularity had always been at its peak. This time, Princess Changping was hosting the banquet and had invited quite a few men. However, Princess Changping had never interacted with them. Why did she invite them this time? Not minding the crowd's timid discussions, Princess Changping playfully glanced at Murong Wanru. Murong Wanru returned a meaningful look. The two had a tacit understanding, as if they were hiding some secret. Han Yunchi was also puzzled. She sized up the North and South Lords and felt that something wasn't right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Very quickly, everyone had arrived and the banquet began. This year's plum blossom meet had the theme of plum blossom tea and pastries. All kinds of unique pastries and tea were served. Unfortunately, none of them were in the mood to taste it. Looking at Han Yunchi sitting high above, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were also eager to give it a try. They couldn't wait to see Han Yunchi make a fool of herself. A commoner girl with a lower birth than them was simply an insult to the 3 words Qin Wangfei. She actually dared to sit so calmly and leisurely. Today's opportunity had come. They wanted to beat this woman back to her original form. They wanted to break her laughable pride and blind arrogance. They wanted to let her know that even if she really thought of herself as a scallion, no one would eat her as dipping sauce. As a matter of fact, Princess Changping hadn't even spoken yet, but there was already someone who couldn't restrain herself. This person was none other than the youngest daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Madame Su's younger sister, Su Yunrong. She stood up and respectfully said, "Your Highness, the plum blossoms are in full bloom this year. Why don't we sing the plum blossoms?" Sing the plum blossoms. Princess Chongping had been waiting for someone to speak. She was overjoyed and excitedly stood up. Miss Sue is so refined. This is a good idea. Chapter 150. This was a good idea. Han Yunqi was thunderstruck. She knew very well that between women, the most basic form of competition was the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. However, these women had been fighting since they were young. Weren't they tired of it? She was already tired of reading harem novels. What was so good about this idea? Han Yunqi's interest was waning, but the crowd's excitement was ignited. They immediately became excited. Praising the plum blossoms is appropriate for the occasion. We won't let down this garden of flowers. I was just about to suggest that everyone compose a poem. We'll let Her Highness pick a few good ones and make them into a booklet. We'll send it to the Empress later. Good, good, good. This idea is wonderful. This group of women had been waiting for this opportunity from the start. Whether it was praising the plum blossoms, painting the plum blossoms, or playing the zither, they were all well prepared. How could it be difficult for them? However, Han Yunqi was miserable. What did a trash-d daughter who had been abandoned at a young age know? From her usual behavior and words, it was obvious that she was a vulgar person. Her performance was too exciting. Princess Chongping chuckled as she looked towards Han Yunqi. Imperial Qin, Aunt, what do you think of praising the plum blossoms? Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. Before she could reply, the crowd had already started talking. You still haven't seen Qin Wangfei compose a poem? Today, everyone is in for a treat. Qin Wangfei, I heard that you're a talented woman. The Duke of Qin admires your talent the most. Esteemed Wangfei, you mustn't hide anything today. You must broaden everyone's horizons. Let everyone see what kind of talent His Highness Duke of Qin has set his eyes on. Although these words sounded like flattery, they were actually mocking, cutting, and trying to kill her. Han Yunqi took in the crowd's jealousy and unwillingness, but didn't take it to heart. You can be envious, jealous, and hateful. I'll keep my cool and clear. Beside her, Duanmu Yao could no longer sit still. She smiled and said, This princess is puzzled. How did esteemed Wangfei marry into the Duke of Qin's household? So esteemed Wangfei caught His Highness's eye because of her talent. This is truly inconceivable. Why don't esteemed Wangfei compose a poem first? Duanmu Yao's words were truly harsh. Everyone knew about the engagement between Han Yunqi and the Duke of Qin, but Duanmu Yao had chosen to say such a thing. This was a vicious slap to Han Yunqi's face, who knew that at this time, Princess Chongping would actually add oil to the fire. Her face was full of shock. Imperial Qin, Aunt. Did you think Imperial Qin uncle married you because you learned from him? I didn't even know about it before. Am I right? How should Han Yunqi answer? If she answered yes and couldn't prove her talent, wouldn't she be laughed at? If she answered no, Duanmu Yao and Princess Chongping would definitely use her engagement and the fact that she'd walked into the Duke of Qin's household to humiliate her. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Han Yunqi, waiting for her to answer with schadenfreude. Is that not the case? Esteemed Wangfei, why don't you say something? Duanmu Yao smiled cold. Just as everyone was waiting for Han Yunqi to be at a loss, Han Yunqi smiled faintly. She was especially beautiful and confident. She unhurriedly said, Talent can be considered one of the reasons. This woman's tone wasn't small. Hee. Looks like everyone guessed correctly. Imperial Qin Aunt's talent isn't ordinary. Let's wait and see today. Princess Chongping's tone changed. Duanmu Yao's face was full of disdain. Then would Qin Wangfei please compose a plum blossom poem first? That's right, you must compose one first. Hurry, Princess Chongping impatiently urged. She was nervous. Everyone's eyes never left Han Yunqi. Even the men present, including Long Tianma, looked over. Han Yunqi was definitely riding a tiger and couldn't get off. She actually dared to speak, so arrogantly. Let's see how she'll deal with this. But who knew that Han Yunqi would seriously ask, Princess Chongping, are you sure you want me to go first? Princess Chongping was startled, but immediately nodded. What's there to be sure about? Imperial Qin Aunt, don't dawdle. It's not like you have any ability, so why are you dawdling? Can't you see that everyone's waiting? I'm looking forward to it. Duanmu Yao smiled arrogantly. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't be so modest. Let's begin. Han Yunqi, this princess must see how you can open your mouth today. The entire crowd quieted down as everyone waited. The tension in the air gradually dissipated. However, Han Yunqi looked towards Duanmu Yao again. Princess Rongla is a guest, so let her go first. Excuses. Excuses. Han Yunqi, you're finished. I knew you couldn't do it. Before Duanmu Yao could reply, Princess Chongping spoke up. Imperial Qin Aunt, you really know how to joke. Princess Rongla is Cloud Realm Continent's most famous female poet. She's already published multiple poetry anthologies. Our Imperial Academy's textbooks contain her poems as well. We all know how to memorize a few. Of course, she has to be the finale. You should go first. Duanmu Yao's face was full of pride as she accepted Princess Chongping's exaggeration. Han Yunqi smiled insincerely. Why didn't Chongping say she grew up reading Duanmu Yao's poems? How about that Miss Su go first? Han Yunqi declined again, looking toward Su Yorong. Princess Chongping immediately added, Imperial Qin Aunt, she only has 5 or 6 poems a year that can be included in the anthologies. Don't let her make a fool of herself. You two aren't on the same level. Then, which one of you can go first? Han Yunqi sighed with emotion. Princess Chongping was amused. She knew Han Yunqi would be anxious. She calmly introduced, Imperial Qin Aunt, that one is the daughter of the Minister of Rites, Shangguanqing. She could compose poems at the age of 3 and was famous in the capital at 7. That one is the Duke family's 7th young miss, Su Yingxue. Her poems are well known in the capital. Also, this one is even more extraordinary. Her poems make even the grand scholar admit his inferiority. Princess Chongping flaunted a bit before smiling. Of course, none of them can enter Imperial Qin Uncle's eyes. They can't compare to you, so don't decline anymore. Come on, have a poem. Han Yunqi was truly frightened. She didn't expect there to be so many experts. But if Princess Chongping wanted to use these methods to raise her up, then make her fall even more miserably, then she was gravely mistaken. She lazily stretched her waist and looked at the crowd. Smiling, she said, Chongping, you mean to say that they're all inferior to me? If I go first, then they won't have to waste any more time, right? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Princess Chongping sucked in a breath of cold air. What did Han Yunqi mean by these words? Her tone was even more arrogant than before. Chongping, is that right? Han Yunqi asked again. Princess Chongping couldn't believe it, but she still nodded resolutely. Yes. Han Yunqi, since you want to court death, then I'll let you die even more miserably. Han Yunqi nodded her head in satisfaction. She really didn't want to listen to a bunch of women composing poems in such a genteel manner. At this time, Duanmu Yao couldn't help but ask, Does esteemed Wang Fei mean that you want to have a one-on-one competition with this princess? As if afraid that Han Yunqi wouldn't answer, she imitated the tone Han Yunqi used to ask Princess Chongping, Is that right? Who knew that Han Yunqi wouldn't even think before replying, Of course it is. This. Duanmu Yao didn't expect this and immediately said, Then don't dawdle, you can start. However, Han Yunqi sighed softly and said, I'm afraid that if my poem is too good, you'll be too embarrassed to compose another one. I'll give you a chance. You go first. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. This woman was too arrogant. She was arrogant to the point of ignorance. She actually dared to provoke Princess Rongla, the publicly acknowledged talented woman. Duanmu Yao angrily stood up and glared at Han Yunqi with wide, cold eyes. This woman was using her own ignorance to humiliate her. She couldn't take it anymore and directly called out her name. Han Yunqi, if you can defeat this princess today, then this princess will never compose any more poems. However, Han Yunqi didn't even think about it before replying straightforwardly, "No problem." You. Duanmu Yao couldn't believe her ears. Seeing the fearless light in Han Yunqi's eyes, she suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. However, she quickly ignored it. Not to mention that this woman hadn't received any education and didn't know how to compose poems. Even if she did, there was no way she could beat her. If you lose, you'll take the initiative to leave the Duke of Qin's residence. Duanmu Yao emphasized each and every word, her voice echoing throughout the entire hall. All right. Han Yunqi indifferently replied. Her tone was light, but everyone was inexplicably shocked. You first. Duanmu Yao didn't relent. This time, Han Yunqi didn't refuse. She took a sip of tea and unhurriedly recited one of Grandpa Mao's classic quatrains. Wind and rain send spring back. Snow and wind welcome spring. Already 1,000 feet of ice on the precipice. Flowers still bloom. By this point, the entire hall had already sunk into silence. Everyone's souls seemed to have been hooked as they listened attentively, waiting for Han Yunqi to continue. Princess Chongping and Duanmu Yao looked at each other, their expressions gradually changing. Han Yunqi paused, then smiled faintly before continuing. Beauty doesn't strive for spring, but reaps spring when it arrives, when the mountain flowers bloom. She smiles in the midst of the thicket. When she finished reciting, Princess Chongping was stunned. As for Duanmu Yao, she only felt that the entire world had quieted down after Han Yunqi's last 3 words, smiles in the midst of the thicket. It was so quiet that she could only hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Heavens, did she hear wrongly? Was she dreaming? How could there be such a wonderful poem in this world? It was so wonderful that even though it came from Han Yunqi's mouth, she couldn't help but be willing to accept its goodness, its wonder. When praising plum blossoms, other than praising the character of the plum blossoms, it mostly expressed the poet's loftiness and self-admiration. However, Han Yunqi's poem was completely different. That line, when the mountain flowers bloom, she smiles in the midst of the thicket, simply defeated all the other masterpieces. It expressed a humble, refined, and magnanimous attitude. Duanmu Yao looked at Han Yunqi in disbelief, then fell heavily to the ground, her beautiful face drained of color. At this time, everyone was still carefully savoring Han Yunqi's 2 lines. They were incomparably surprised and shocked. After a long, long silence, Long Tianma suddenly clapped loudly. Good, excellent, wonderful, Imperial Qin Aunt, you've truly hidden your depths. Today, you've finally opened everyone's eyes. Long Tianma was too surprised. Even if it was a man, he didn't have the integrity and bearing of that poem. The words were like the person, and the poem was also like the person. This woman was indeed very arrogant, but she had the qualifications to be arrogant. She really was a strange woman. How many more stunning aspects of her had yet to be revealed? Chapter 151. Long Tianma stared at Han Yunqi in disbelief. This was the second time he'd seen her up close. The first time was when she'd cured his strange illness and saved his life. The feeling this time was completely different. No matter how much he tried to ignore it, he couldn't fool himself. He liked this woman. Moreover, he knew that she was different from Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao could help him secure his position as crown prince and the throne in the future. But Han Yunqi could bring his life to a whole new level. However, He constantly reminded himself of one fact. The man behind this woman could also help him ascend to the throne, but he could also easily destroy everything he had now. He couldn't afford to offend him. How could an ant shake a tree? How could a lone star compete with the brilliant moon? He could only secretly hope that the Duke of Qin hadn't discovered this woman's difference. Perhaps the proud and aloof Duke of Qin would miss this woman. Perhaps, one day in the future, there would still be hope for him. Long Tianma's applause brought the stunned crowd back to their senses. Quite a few people joined in. Wonderful, ambitious, and magnanimous. This poem will definitely become a classic. Esteemed Wang Fei is truly unfathomable. His Highness Duke of Qin has good taste. Haha. As expected of Qin Wang Fei, this humble one is convinced. I'm sincerely convinced. Without a certain level of magnanimity, it's impossible to write such a poem. Esteemed Wang Fei, we really don't need to continue. Many of those who had been waiting to see Han Yunqi make a fool of herself were openly praising Han Yunqi. They were willing to admit their inferiority. When one reached a certain height, many people would be jealous. But when one reached true heights, those who envied one would only look up to one. Han Yunqi didn't like plagiarizing, but if this method could shut these people's mouths and let these self-righteous women know that there was always someone better than them, then she was very willing to be a lay phone for once. Now, it was time for her to take revenge. She looked at Duanmu Yao and smiled faintly. Princess Rongla, it's your turn. Only then did Duanmu Yao recover from her shock. Her heart skipped a beat and her body trembled. It was time for her to perform. However, if she didn't do anything better, then she would just be a foil and a disgrace. Moreover, Han Yunqi had just said that she was afraid that if her poem was too good, she would be too embarrassed to compose another one. Now, if she really did it, it wouldn't be as good as her in comparison. Wouldn't it really be like what she said, and she would lose even more face? What should she do? Originally, she had wanted to embarrass Han Yunqi, but now she was being watched by everyone. She was stuck between a rock and a hard place. As time passed, the crowd grew quieter and quieter. Duanmu Yao's face gradually turned red. She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Everyone was waiting. Those who'd stood up earlier, those who'd been called out by Princess Chongping, were all rejoicing that they hadn't gone up. Otherwise, the ones who'd be embarrassed right now would be themselves. Han Yunqi, this woman, was too frightening. She hid her strength too deeply. It looked like they'd better avoid direct conflict with her in the future. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. It had to be said that, at this moment, even Princess Chongping was rejoicing. Luckily, the one who'd made the bet with Han Yunqi was Duanmu Yao. If it had been her, then the biggest joke today would have been her. Han Yunqi's patience was limited. She smiled and kindly reminded, Princess Rongla, you've been thinking about it for a long time. You've already published so many poetry books. It's just a poem about plum blossoms. You don't need to think about it for so long, right? Duanmu Yao's head snapped up to look at her. Seeing the radiant light in her eyes, she really wanted to kill this woman. She took a few deep breaths and finally admitted defeat. Gritting her teeth, she said, Esteemed Wang Fei is amazing. This princess admits her inferiority. Han Yunqi, this girl, would definitely take revenge. She wasn't modest in the slightest as she laughed. Aya, didn't I remind you long ago? You still insisted on me going first, and insisted on making a bet. Now, you'll have to fulfill your end of the bet, right? Duanmu Yao was so angry that she could taste blood in her throat. Only the heavens knew how sullen she felt. She lowered her voice and hatefully said, Of course I'll accept my loss. From now on, this princess won't write any more poems. Han Yunqi was very satisfied. She smiled innocently and brightly. She turned to look at Princess Chongping. Chongping, are we competing in anything else? Painting? Playing the zither? Or playing a game of chess? How could Princess Chongping dare to agree? She hurriedly refused. It's the same thing every year. How boring. I don't think there's any need. Right now, no one knew how deep Han Yunqi's foundation was. Who would dare to compete with her? Princess Changping really regretted it to death. If she knew things would turn out like this, she wouldn't have bothered with the poetry competition at all. Not only had she failed to defeat Han Yunqi, she'd even stepped on Princess Rongla and stunned everyone. If that poem spread, it would definitely cause a stir in Tianning's capital city. Now that Han Yunqi had defeated Princess Rongla and forced her to give up poetry for the rest of her life, it wouldn't just cause a stir in Tianning's capital city, but all of Cloud Realm Continent. After all, Princess Rongla was one of Cloud Realm Continent's famed, talented women. It was hard not to become famous after defeating her. After all, Princess Rongla's fame resounded throughout Cloud Realm Continent not only because of her true talent, but also because she'd spent a lot of time and money on creating public opinion. Han Yunqi, on the other hand, had simply used a poem to pick up a huge bargain. After Princess Changping's refusal, no one else dared to stir up any more trouble. A new round of refreshments was brought in, and everyone quietly tasted them. Princess Changping resentfully lowered her head and drank her tea. It was too unexpected. She needed some time to compose herself and re-evaluate Han Yunqi. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yao had truly suffered a blow. The more she thought about it, the more sullen she felt. The more she thought about it, the more humiliated she felt. She didn't even dare to raise her head to look at anyone else. Finally, she couldn't sit still any longer and used her body's discomfort as an excuse to leave early. If she wanted to leave, Long Tianma had no choice but to accompany her. Han Yunqi tasted the pastries with relish as she watched Duanmu Yao's retreating form. As she watched, she couldn't help but think of Long Feiyi. It had been days since she'd seen that fellow. Actually, she assumed that Long Feiyi would accompany her today as well, but it was Long Tianma who'd come instead. Rumors had it that there were 3 candidates for the marriage alliance: Long Feiyi, Long Tianma, and Mu Qinggu. Judging from Princess Changping's attitude, Mu Qinggu was impossible. She'd only choose between Long Feiyi and Long Tianma. Just what was that fellow thinking? She'd said she wouldn't care about his affairs, but Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel conflicted again. It would be New Year's Eve in a few days. Duanmu Yao wanted to spend the New Year in Tianning, but who was she planning to spend it with on New Year's Eve? Where would she spend it? Would there be news of the marriage alliance after New Year's? Was it true that Long Feiyi was going to travel after New Year's Eve? Soon enough, plum blossom wine was brought in. Princess Changping finally lifted her head and discovered that Murong Wanru had been giving her meaningful glances the entire time. Princess Changping glanced at the plum blossom wine, a trace of coldness flashing through her eyes. She pulled herself together and nodded towards Murong Wanru, indicating that she shouldn't worry. By the time the plum blossom wine was served, the plum blossom meat was only halfway over. Although Han Yunqi had stolen all the limelight in the first half, there was still the second half. Princess Changping had made ample preparations this time. How could she let Han Yunqi off so easily? The best part was in the second half. Plum blossom wine was a specialty of the plum blossom meat. It was brewed from last year's plum blossoms and snow. Although the wine was fragrant, it was very easy to get drunk. Most people would stop after tasting it. Of course, there were often people who drank excessively and accidentally got drunk. They could only be sent to a distant room to rest for the night before returning by themselves the next day. After tasting a few mouthfuls, Princess Changping spoke up. Every year, there's only poetry and songs. The 4 arts are so boring. We've had enough of admiring the plum blossoms. I think we should try something new. How about it? I presume the princess has a good idea. Murong Wanru, who'd been silent all this time, finally spoke up. The other girls beside her also chimed in. Yes, we should try something new. This year the princess is hosting, so what she says goes. Your Highness, if you have any good ideas, quickly say them. Princess Chongping chuckled. This year, Imperial Mother isn't here. How about we play something big? Han Yunqi's heart thumped at these words. She was on guard. However, almost everyone present was delighted and agreed. The atmosphere was lively. Princess Chongping stood up. Let's have a drinking competition. Let's have this plum blossom wine. Fresh. Let's have this. Your Highness, this is a good idea. We women don't lose to men. Today, let's have a drinking competition. A drinking competition was much more fun than a poetry competition, especially for many of the women present. This was a rare opportunity to let go of their restraints and reveal their true natures. Everyone was in high spirits. Since the Empress wasn't here, Princess Chongping was hosting. In any case, with Princess Chongping's support, no one was afraid of anything. Of course, many of the men were in a wait-and-see mode. They didn't plan on participating. After all, a drinking competition with women was somewhat unfair. Watching women compete in drinking was a great joy in life. However, the North and South young masters were eager to give it a try. The joy in their eyes was hard to hide. Gongzi Che lightly fanned himself with a charming smile. Princess Chongping, how should we compete? Princess Chongping was waiting for these words. She immediately replied, In previous years, you newcomers would have to perform. I think this year we'll have a drinking competition. Do you dare? Newcomers referred to those who were attending this year's banquet for the first time. In other words, Han Yunqi and the North and South young masters. She wanted them to have a drinking competition? What was the meaning of this? Han Yunqi frowned as she looked at Princess Chongping. Chongping, speak clearly. You want this Wang Fei to compete in drinking with men. What do you mean? Princess Chongping pretended not to understand the meaning behind Han Yunqi's words. She earnestly replied, It means that you 3 newcomers will compete to determine a champion. Then you'll start defending the ring. Esteemed Wang Fei, you wouldn't be afraid, right? It's fine if you don't dare. Just admit defeat and withdraw. As soon as she finished speaking, Morong Wanru opened her mouth. Sister-in-law, everyone's in high spirits. Don't be a wet blanket. That's right, that's right. Esteemed Wang Fei, we're very optimistic about you. Esteemed Wang Fei, you have to represent us women and win against the 2 of them. Don't lose face. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's rare to have such good wine. Don't let it go to waste. Everyone began to persuade her. Han Yunqi knew she couldn't escape. She glanced at the North and South young masters, a complicated look flashing through her eyes. The real trouble had come. Her alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. She had heard of the North and South young masters before. One of them was a dissolute man who immersed himself in brothels, while the other spent his days mingling with actors. Both of them spent their days drinking wine. If she didn't participate, not only would she dampen everyone's spirits, she'd also give them a hard time. But if she did participate, it would be a tough battle. Chapter 152. Newcomers Wine Competition. Almost everyone was cheering. The North and South lords stood up one after another, eager to give it a try. Han Yunqi had just stolen the limelight. If they could win this wine competition against Han Yunqi, then even if their fame wasn't as great as Han Yunqi's, they would at least be on par with her. Wasn't the purpose of participating in the plum blossom meet to become famous? When a woman became famous, she would attract a group of admirers. For men, it was the same. Fame and fortune. When one's fame grew, there would naturally be benefits to be gained. Esteemed Wang Fei, since everyone is so enthusiastic, you shouldn't disappoint them. North Lord Zhongsun Che smiled as he walked out, fanning himself with a fan in his hand. His distinguished and elegant bearing and bewitching smile made it impossible for any of the girls to take their eyes off him. Of course, Han Yunqi wouldn't even spare him a glance after seeing a true evildoer like Gu Qishao. With the North Lord's appearance, The South, Lord Li Muge, didn't want to be outdone. He followed closely behind, walking to the center of the banquet. Opening his fan, he covered half of his face, which was even more delicate than a girl's. He pouted, "Esteemed Wang Fei, to be able to compete with you in wine is this little one's fortune. Don't disappoint this little one and hurt his heart." Han Yunqi almost vomited. The North and South lords were simply one evildoer and one evildoer, a perfect match. "Imperial Aunt, why are you so unhappy? What's the big deal about a competition? I didn't expect you to be so afraid of losing," Princess Chongping urged. She couldn't wait any longer. At this time, Han Yunqi stood up, calm and composed. "Of course we can compete. But how will we compete? What will happen if we lose? What will happen if we win? Shouldn't we at least make it clear? Whether it was a blessing or a disaster, she couldn't avoid it. She threw caution to the wind. Although it was more troublesome, she hadn't tried it before. She might not lose. Today, she had to do her best to convince these people and become the biggest winner of the Plum Blossom Meet. She would be the only winner. Let's see who would dare to find trouble with her in the future. Seeing Han Yunqi agree, Princess Chongping was overjoyed. She stood up as well. "You 3 newcomers will fight. The winner will be the arena master. You will guard the arena and accept challenges from others. If you lose—" Before Princess Chongping could finish speaking, Han Yunqi interrupted her. "If you lose, take off your pants and run a lap around Xuanwu Street." Cough, cough, cough. Hearing these words, Princess Chongping choked and coughed several times. The surrounding people were all stunned. Many of the maidens' faces flushed red. Even the males were looking at each other in dismay, unable to believe what they were hearing. Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, last time you made a bet with Mu Luiwa about taking off your outerwear. This time you actually want to take off your pants. Are you still a woman? You are really ruthless. Are you that confident of winning? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi added, "This rule isn't limited to just us 3 newcomers. It's the same for those who challenge the arena master. If you win, you'll be the arena master. If you lose, you'll have to take off your pants and run a lap around the arena. Since you're going to play, you might as well play big." Hearing Han Yunqi's words, the women who'd been itching to give it a try all turned ghastly pale as their hearts beat like drums of retreat. Although the outcome wasn't certain, the rules were set. Once they participated in a drinking competition, there would be risks. Who would dare to let themselves take such a risk? One had to know that Mu Luiwa had such a prominent status, and was also Princess Chongping's close friend. Even if someone else took her place, her reputation would still be ruined. If they were to lose, wouldn't they end up even worse off than Mu Luiwa? The crowd was silent. The North and South young masters, who were as ostentatious as flowers, were also silent, their faces filled with disbelief. "Very good," just now everyone was urging and even provoking Han Yunqi. Now it was Han Yunqi's turn to provoke. She raised her brows and looked at the North and South young masters, smiling. "Since the 2 young masters are in such a good mood, why don't we play a bigger game? You wouldn't dare, right?" The North young master, Zhang Sanche, had never been able to withstand provocation. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. "How could we not dare? As long as the Wang Fei is willing. This one will definitely accompany you to the end." He thought Han Yunqi was at most a woman. Although her background was ordinary, she was still a well-behaved girl. How many opportunities did she have to compete in drinking? How good could her alcohol tolerance be? She proposed such a frightening condition, most likely to scare everyone away. Others might fall for it, but he wouldn't fall for it. She, as a woman, could afford to play. But as a man, how could he not dare to play? What would others think if this spread out? A man versus a woman, who was afraid of who? Once the North young master agreed, the South young master, Li Muge, couldn't refuse. Although he was extremely unwilling and didn't have the guts. The North young master had already agreed. If he backed down, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? All right, Wang Fei. This one will also accompany you to the end. Li Muge finally said something with a bit of manliness. Han Yunqi was very satisfied and gave the two of them a thumbs up. Her actions were free and easy, full of confidence. The surrounding people were uneasy and began to speculate. Could it be that this woman's alcohol tolerance was very good? Was she hiding her strength again? After settling the North and South young masters, Han Yunqi looked at Princess Changping. Changping, who else wants to participate? Do you want to announce your name first? Princess Changping immediately looked at the crowd, but other than the men who didn't want to participate in the beginning, the rest of the women didn't raise their heads. Princess Changping immediately lost face and angrily called out, Shengguan Qinger, you're coming. Princess, Qinger's stomach doesn't feel well today. I don't even dare to eat too much tea and pastries. Maybe next time. Shengguan Qinger softly refused. Su Yingxue, you're coming? Princess Changping asked again. Su Yingxue was so frightened that she quickly waved her hands. Princess, my alcohol tolerance isn't good. You know that. Princess Changping was very embarrassed. She huffed and asked a few more people, but without exception, all of them refused. The people who had been making a fuss just now all withered and hid. One had to know that they were different from the North and South young masters. The North and South young masters' alcohol tolerance was publicly acknowledged, and they had a high chance of winning against Han Yunqi. However, they were still women. If Han Yunqi became the ringmaster, who would dare to take the risk when they saw her so confident, who knew how much she could drink? If either the North or South young masters became the champion, then they would lose for sure. At the very least, even if they could win, once they won and became the champion, they would have to accept other challenges. Who could guarantee that they would always win? This was a business that would definitely suffer a loss. Princess Changping was about to ask again, but Han Yunqi stopped her. Changping, you're also participating, right? When these words came out, Princess Changping immediately became nervous. She kept asking others, why didn't she think of herself? She definitely wouldn't participate. How could she take such a risk? She felt awkward and pretended to casually glance at the sky. I think I'll pass. It's getting late. Maybe by the time the three of you are done, the sky will be dark. This time, I'll let you guys fight first. Princess Changping thought that Han Yunqi was simply too arrogant. Did she think she was so great after being in the limelight just now? She actually dared to propose such a bet. The North and South young masters weren't easy to deal with. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked being scolded by her imperial mother to invite them. It didn't matter if others didn't fight. As long as Han Yunqi fought, as long as Han Yunqi got drunk, everything would be easy to handle. As for the bet, it could only be said that Han Yunqi brought it upon herself. She was seeking death. After confirming that no one else was participating, Han Yunqi finally let out a breath of relief. She had proposed such a bold bet in order to make others cower in fear. This way, her only opponents would be the North and South young masters. If she won against these two, her troubles would be solved. For the sake of fairness, the three of them didn't use a double elimination system and didn't care who went first. Instead, all three drank at the same time. Within the set time, whoever drank the most wine would be considered the winner. The table was set and the wine was served. The drinking competition was about to begin. After confirming that they didn't need to participate, the crowd was once again in high spirits. The atmosphere was very lively as everyone cheered for the three of them. Without a doubt, it was all for the North and South young masters. Han Yunqi calmly sat down, unaffected. The three of them each had a table and a chair. The table was filled with wine jars, with quite a few piled to the side. A palace maid stood by each of them, ready to serve wine at any time. The host was, of course, Princess Changping. She meaningfully glanced at Morong Wanru, who was hidden in the crowd, then excitedly stood up and walked out. With a raise of her hands, the lively scene quieted down. In the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, whoever has the most empty jars will be the winner. Everyone present is a witness. Princess Chongping loudly declared, "No problem." Sure, the North and South young masters liked this kind of rule too much. In the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn with their usual standards, as long as they put in a bit more effort, there probably wouldn't be anyone present who could beat them. They glanced at Han Yunqi with disdain, then looked at each other with narrowed eyes. They clearly knew that their true opponents were each other. Imperial Qin and, let me confirm with you again, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Princess Chongping specifically asked. Han Yunqi seriously looked at the North and South young masters, her gaze seeming to be scanning for something. After a pause, she said, "We can begin." Okay. Princess Chongping personally lit the incense on the side. Begin. With that, the three of them moved almost simultaneously. The North and South young masters picked up their wine jars and began to gulp down large mouthfuls. Han Yunqi was no exception. In a battle of quantity, there were no shortcuts. They could only drink as fast as they could. In the beginning, it was a competition of speed. Towards the end, it was a competition of alcohol tolerance. Drinking fast at the beginning meant drinking more, but towards the end, it was a test of alcohol tolerance. Drink, drink, drink. The three of them moved very quickly. Jar after jar of wine was emptied and smashed to the side. As soon as it began, the scene was very intense. No one present dared to make a sound, afraid to disturb them. Not long after, the distance between them increased. The North and South young masters had smashed almost the same number of jars, 5 each. Han Yunqi was 2 jars behind them. Although Han Yunqi had drunk 2 jars in such a short time, which was considered pretty good for a woman's alcohol tolerance, this was a competition. Everyone was concerned about winning or losing. No one would sympathize with her. Boom! The North young master smashed his 6th jar, followed by another bang. The South young master followed closely behind. Han Yunqi's 3rd jar was still in progress. Looks like Qin Wangfei won't be able to make it in time. She's already so far behind at the beginning. She'll definitely fall even further behind. Isn't that so? The real competition of alcohol tolerance is at the end. Right now, the alcohol probably hasn't kicked in yet. After a while, the alcohol will kick in, and she probably won't be able to continue. Very quickly, discussions broke out everywhere. Chapter 153. In the midst of the discussion, many people were already waiting for the time to pass, wanting to see Han Yunqi lose. If she lost, she would have to fulfill the terms of the bet. Mu Liuyue's reputation had just gone down the drain, and now Han Yunqi, who had personally set the terms of the bet, was also going to fulfill it. This was simply the capital's biggest show of the year. Who wouldn't look forward to it? If news of this spread out, the entire imperial capital would be shaken. Of course, Princess Chongping and Murong Wanru were also looking forward to it. However, compared to the bet, they were looking forward to Han Yunqi getting drunk even more. Many people left their seats and came forward, wanting to see more clearly. There were also many people sitting in groups of 3 or 5, whispering. Murong Wanru slipped to Princess Chongping's side and whispered, "Princess, are you ready?" Princess Chongping's gaze never left Han Yunqi. Her lips curved in a sinister smile, and she whispered, "Don't worry, watch your show and prepare well." Yes, Murong Wanru understood and quietly returned to her original position. No one noticed her movements. Everyone's attention was on the 3 tables in front of them. At this time, Han Yunqi finally smashed the 3rd jug and picked up the 4th. However, the North and South lords were already on the 7th jug. Princess Chongping was delighted and kindly reported the numbers for the 3 of them. The North and South lords drank 6 jugs each. Qin Wangfei has already drunk 3 jugs. As soon as she finished speaking, who knew that the North Lord would raise his brows and wink at Princess Chongping. Of course, his hands didn't stop moving. He casually threw out the 7th jug, which crashed to the ground with a bang, leaving not a single drop of wine behind. Heavens! So fast! For a moment, the entire audience cried out in surprise. This finally affected the South Lord and Han Yunqi. The South Lord looked over and became anxious. He simply stood up, grabbed the 7th jug with both hands, and poured it in even more crazily. Drink, drink, drink. It had to be said that this kind of Li Muge was too manly. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a sissy. Young Master Bei's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. He stood up as well and brought over the 8th jug of wine. Holding it with one hand, he raised his head and gulped it down. As for Han Yunqi, she was still sitting. She held her 4th jar of wine with both hands and continued drinking at the same speed as before. Victory and defeat seemed to have become even more obvious, although there was not much difference between the North and South Lords, and the battle was very intense. Everyone was more concerned about Han Yunqi. After all, she had lost, and there was more to see. Qin Wangfei, you're already 3 or 4 jars behind them. Good luck. Esteemed Princess Consort, don't lose face for us women. Quickly, quickly. Esteemed Princess Consort, you're really too slow. Why don't you admit defeat? Otherwise, you'll hurt yourself. There were always people who liked to add insult to injury. They shouted at Han Yunqi one after another, wishing they could disturb her and make her lose faster and more miserably. However, Han Yunqi wasn't affected at all. She didn't move, and her movements didn't slow down or speed up. Finally, she smashed her 4th jug of wine. It wasn't known if it was a coincidence or if she had calculated the time well, but the moment she smashed her jug, Princess Chongping announced, "More than half the time has passed. There's still half an incense stick's worth of time left. Young Master Bei has 9 jars. Young Master Nan has 8, Han." Princess Chongping was so excited that she almost called out her name. Fortunately, she didn't say it out loud. She paused for a moment and deliberately used a very respectful tone to continue. "Imperial Qin Ant for jars!" More than half the time had passed. Han Yunqi had also lost by more than half. She was really too weak. The alcohol was about to kick in. With only half the time left, she could only drink less and less. How could she catch up? She was bound to lose. Just when everyone thought that Han Yunqi would anxiously pick up her 5th jug of wine, she unexpectedly didn't do so. Instead, she stood up with a calm expression. It was this pause that allowed everyone to clearly see her face. It was white with a hint of red. Her eyes were slightly blurred. It had to be said that under her white clothes, she was especially charming. However, what everyone was more concerned about was, what happened to her? Why did she stop? Was she not going to continue? Was she drunk? Or was she going to admit defeat? As Han Yunqi steadied herself, the entire crowd quieted down. No matter what happened to this woman, she was bound to lose. Everyone was nervously waiting for the most exciting moment to arrive. However, who knew that Han Yunqi would faintly smile? She actually held the jug with both hands and tilted her head up so that the jug was directly in front of her mouth. She quickly spun the jug, and in a moment, the wine gushed out like a fountain, pouring into her mouth. Heavens, the speed at which the wine flowed out was even faster than the North and South Lords. Han Yunqi's mouth never closed, and her throat kept moving. How could this be? Not long later, the jug was emptied. Han Yunqi elegantly threw it away and picked up the 6th jug. Using the same method, her hands quickly spun the jug. The opening of the jug was very small, but it was like a faucet opened to its maximum capacity. The wine flowed out very smoothly. Han Yunqi's mouth opened wide. "Drink, drink, drink." With a bang, the 6th jug broke and the 7th jug was picked up. At this moment, something happened to North and South Lords. Without any warning, their speed suddenly slowed down. South Lord even stopped for a moment to adjust himself before forcefully drinking the wine in his mouth. At this moment, North Lord was drinking the 9th jug, South Lord was drinking the 8th jug, and Han Yunshi, heavens, she had finished the 7th jug and was picking up the 8th jug. What exactly was going on? Everyone stared in shock, as if the person in front of them wasn't Han Yunshi, but someone else. Actually, Han Yunshi was just using a little trick to make use of the laws of physics. At the beginning, if she wildly drank, it would definitely cause her stomach to bloat to its limit. Not to mention the strength of the wine. In the end, her stomach would definitely be the first to be unable to take it. Once her stomach couldn't take it, no matter how good her alcohol tolerance was, she wouldn't be able to drink anymore. Hence, she chose a moderate speed at the beginning to allow her stomach to slowly get used to it. Gradually, it would expand in preparation for the later stages. When her stomach slowly expanded and started to get used to the large amount of water, she stood up and spun the jug to pour the wine. Don't underestimate this spinning action. This spinning action was the key to speeding up the flow of the wine. The principle was the same as flushing a toilet. Once it spun at a high speed, the wine in the jug would form a vortex and flow out of the jug at the fastest speed. Bang! Han Yunshi's 8th jug was violently smashed. This loud sound attracted the North and South Lord's attention. Actually, they had ignored Han Yunshi just now and didn't know which jug she was drinking. Intuition told them that this woman had smashed several jugs in succession. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Esteemed Princess Consort, this is the 8th jug." The 8th jug! Heavens! The North and South Lords were frightened. Their faces turned ashen. How was this possible? Are you sure? The North Lord looked towards Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping had been counting the jugs. Although she didn't believe it, she still nodded. I'm sure. This time, the North and South Lords were anxious. They both raised their heads to continue drinking. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this moment, their stomachs were so full that they were about to explode. They couldn't drink any more. After forcing themselves to swallow a mouthful, they immediately vomited. The North Lord was fine. He only staggered a few steps and looked drunk. However, the South Lord couldn't take it anymore. He lay on the side and vomited nonstop, his body paralyzed. The South Lord was out. He lost. Seeing this, the North Lord didn't dare to drink again. He could only watch as Han Yunshi lifted the 9th jug high above her head and spun it backwards. Actually, the North and South Lords were both experienced drinkers. How could they not know that their stomachs needed some time to adjust and expand? However, when facing each other, they couldn't care less. The difference in strength wasn't that great. Victory and defeat could very well be decided by a few mouthfuls of wine. Thus, they had to give it their all from the start. They all thought that Han Yunshi would at most drink 3 jugs. Who knew that this woman had hidden her strength so well? Moreover, she was so proficient in the art of drinking. Her method of drinking far surpassed theirs. The wine flowed endlessly into Han Yunshi's mouth. She stood there, tilting her head back to drink. Although she was a woman, she was as unrestrained as a wine immortal. She had an otherworldly temperament, causing people to stare at her in a daze. Bang! When Han Yunshi smashed the 9th jug, the North Lord, who was beginning to feel tipsy, finally regained his senses. He looked at the incense stick and saw that it was almost burnt to the end. There wasn't much time left. He touched his stomach and burped. Although the alcohol had kicked in and he was drunk, he wasn't completely unconscious. He still knew what had happened. Seeing that Han Yunshi had lifted the 10th jug, he clumsily followed suit. However, it wasn't the half-finished 9th jug, but a new one. The people beside him were about to remind him when the North Lord shouted, "Drink!" He shouted, "Drink!" However, both his hands were pressed against the jug, and he didn't move for a long time. Seeing this, Han Yunshi heaved a huge sigh of relief. She held the 10th jug of wine in her hand and didn't drink it. Actually, even though her stomach was bloated, it wasn't much bigger than the North and South Lords. At this point, she really wanted to vomit, but she forced herself to hold it in. Moreover, the moment she stopped, the effects of the alcohol kicked in. Her head was already spinning and she could not stand properly. She clenched her teeth and tried to clear her head. Everything was normal. She pretended to be disdainful and looked at the Bei Gongzi as if she was waiting for him. Seeing this, the people around them didn't notice anything strange. However, only Han Yunqi knew how much her stomach was churning. She told herself, "Steady, steady, steady." The incense stick was reaching its end. She had half a jug more than the North Lord. Once the time was up, she would win. Suddenly, the North Lord roared and lifted the jug to drink. Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to force herself to continue drinking. However, the North Lord had only taken a few mouthfuls before the entire jug was smashed to pieces. Bang! The sound reverberated throughout the entire place. He lifted his head and heaved a long sigh. Then he lowered his head and immediately vomited. His situation was similar to the South Lord's. He couldn't stop vomiting once he started vomiting. However, his situation was slightly better than the South Lord's. The alcohol had kicked in, but he wasn't so drunk that he felt weak. The North Lord had also lost. At this moment, Han Yunqi took a step back and almost fell over. At the same time, the incense stick had reached its end. Time was up.